It is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. And by the way, are you confused yet as to what is going on within the Nigerian political space? If you are not, then you will be by the end of this session as clear as mud. This is the goings on. We have developments as they obtain as at right now. But then the developments that we have for you as they obtain as at right now might not be the development as it obtains in another hour from now. Confused, you will be. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. He's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 holy. It's another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
So there it is. Yeah. So as I said, if you are not confused yet by the goings on in the Nigerian space, by the end of this session, you will be. Not as though we will not try to clarify matters to you, but matters within the Nigerian political space is as clear as mud. As clear as mud, presidential primary, Buhari APC Northern Governors hold last meeting. So that's where it started. Presidential primaries, Buhari APC Northern Governors hold last minute talks. So that was where it started, and this is where it ended. Adamu announces Lawan as Buhari's choice. So the consensus candidates then, of course, all of that talk that were hoopling and hollering about yesterday that they had no choice but to cede power to the south. That was also obfuscation, Takia, Babimagbabe, Majori, Abracadabra. But now they pull the rabbit out of the hat. Adamu announces Lawan as Buhari's choice. So there it is right there. So when you have a steeped in the wool fundamental Fulani person as the president, and then he appoints another steeped in the wool fundamental Fulani person as the chairman of the party, and you are saying between the two of them, they should then give power to you. I think that was somewhat naive on the part of the South. Adamu announces Lawan as Buhari's choice. So cause for celebration, and the celebration comes thick and fast. Senator UZOR KALU congratulates Senate President Lawan after report of him becoming APC's consensus presidential candidate. So there it is right there in Zeribe, the reincarnation. So back from the dead in Zeribe, taking on another body. Senator UZOR KALU congratulates Senate President Ahmed Lawan after report of him becoming APC's consensus presidential candidate. So quite what is in play there. Already we know what is in play there anyway, but we just document that for keep's sake. So this, the follow-on, Adamu chases reporters out of APC secretariat. So the decision has now been made, and it looks as though they want to hammer down on it, and they're not taking any back chat from anybody. So move away from here, or I will have you short. Essentially, you know what being chased by Fulani means. We all know what that means. Adamu chases reporters out of APC secretariat. So the plot thickens as they continue to put the dogs line astride. The pieces of the jigsaw continuing to be put together. But then again, this is Takia. This is confusion politics, and the only real person or people confused are you and I, because these people are quite clear in what they are planning, and they are playing you just like a fiddle. So the usual back and forth, they push you hard and then move back a little bit, and then push you further and then move back a little bit. But by the time you know it, they've pushed you a lot further than where you are already. So they've pushed right to the corner, and then they do that little backtrack. So that little backtrack, Buhari backtracks on picking successor, now says he has no preferred aspirant. So quite categorical and quite clear. The signal has already been sent to the space of the people that would make the decision that this is what daddy wants, and woe betide anybody that goes against daddy. So there it is right there. So they've made the decision, though. Now the obfuscation and the takia to spread confusion, to pretend as though options were still open. Lawan, APC crisis deepens as 7 NWC member disowns Adamu over consensus. So an invitation for him to step down, of course, but of course you can whistle that in the wind. I mean, Buhari appointed him personally, so he's going to be there for as long as Buhari holds sway over the Nigerian space. So from that to this, Tinubu did not make me president. So that infamous Abeokuta speech by Tinubu now gets a clap back from the Aboki from Daura. But what has he got to say in response? What response has Femi Adesina composed for the Fulani man of limited communication skills? Tinubu did not make me president, a headline attributed to Mallam Buhari. So from that, we localize the politics a little bit. And this, of course, is a really cameo. It's a little soupçon. It's a condensed version. It's a microcosm of really the politics that is in play within the Nigerian space in this present round of elections. So it's will he, won't he? No, he will. No, he won't. Yes, he has. Yes, he has not. So that is the politics in play now. So Banky W won the ticket to be a rep member in the Lagos constituency. But then, of course, when the announcement was made about the person to represent that constituency, his name was removed. And that ended there. But now he reemerges again. Banky W wins Lagos PDP reps primary rerun. So that's the latest installment, but is that the final installment? That's just in the lap of the gods. So we're revisiting somewhat the conversation of yesterday. Real reason why gunmen attacked Catholic Church in Owo. Senator Shehu Sani speaking, and still holding to that space, the foremost Yoruba leader now, the paramount Yoruba leader, with the demise of Adealafno for your, he takes a position. Yoruba land cannot be overrun. We are prepared, ready to defend ourselves against external invaders. Our prominent monarch, Ooni of Ife, condemns Ondo church attack. So these are just words, and we've heard words like this before, and oftentimes it has no meaning, and in this instance, does it have meaning? Yoruba land cannot be overrun. We already have. We are prepared, ready to defend ourselves against external invaders. How are you prepared, and why is that not manifesting in the lived experience of the Yoruba space? Prominent monarch Ooni of Ife condemns Ondo church attack. So we revisit that, and then we round off in that space to hear from the lead citizen of that space. Ondo church attack, perpetrators are Malian terrorists trained in Libya. Akeredolu gives more information as to what exactly went down in that space. Ondo church attack, perpetrators are Malian terrorists trained in Libya, Akeredolu reveals. So that is the menu, a rich and diverse menu, of course. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. We don't know what we're just here to really chew over the facts, because nobody can categorically say that they know what is going on in Nigeria, because all the permutations lead in a direction, and that direction is then halted to be reversed, only for the permutation to lead in another direction. That direction deviates to another direction, and then we end up in the middle of nowhere. Confused? You will be. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Chief Waila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Pardon me. Pardon me. Pardon me. a cough that I'm still trying to shake. I'm not quite sure. I might well have to visit my GP at some point, something I loathe having to do. Presidential primary, Buhari APC Northern governors hold last minute talks. President Mohamed Buhari on Wednesday held last-minute consultations with Northern governors elected on the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC. The meeting held inside the president's office at the Presidential Villa in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory FCT. Some of the governors who attended the meeting include Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna, Abdullahi Ganduje of Kano, Aminu Masaryk of Katsina, Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa, and Abubakar Bello of Niger State. Also present were Bello Matawale of Zamfara, Yahaya of Gombe, Babagana Zulum of Borno, Simon Lalong of Plateau, Atiku Bagado of Kebbi, and Mia Malabuni of Yobe State. Pardon me, let me just because I'm carrying a flu and I'm reading all these rather long, not so much long, but plentiful pieces to you, so I get purged quite easily. So, right, President Buhari and the Northern governors met on the day the ruling party said it will commence a special convention to elect its presidential candidate for the 2023 elections. A total of 28 aspirants picked up the APC presidential nomination and expression of interest forms sold at 100 million naira. Some of them paid for the form themselves in some cases, whilst various interest groups purchased the nomination tickets for their preferred aspirants. Former President Goodluck Jonathan and President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, were amongst those whose forms were bought for them. But the duo have since condemned the move and rejected these forms. So I'm not quite sure where this is leading us to. All right. Besides both men, the APC also dropped the Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Temipre Silva, and Governor of Central Bank, Godwin Emefiele, from aspirants to be screened by its panel. Thereafter, 23 aspirants appeared before the APC Presidential Screening Committee. In no particular order, they include Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Senate President Ahmed Lawan, APC chieftain Bola Tinubu, Governor Kayode Fayemi, former Minister of Niger Delta, Godswill Akpabio, Dimeji Bankole, and oil magnate Tian Jack Rich, Governor Abubakar Badaru of Jigawa, former Governor of Ogun State Senator Ibukunle Amosun, former Governor of Imo State Senator Rochas Okorocha, popular pastor Tunde Bakare, former Governor of Zamfara State Sani Yerima, and former Governor of Rivers State Rotimi Amechi also appeared before the panel. Also screened were former Minister of Education Emeka Nwajuiba, former presidential candidate Nicholas Felix, a female aspirant Uju Ken Ohanenye, Ondo North Senator Ajayi, I won't attempt his last name, and a former Senate President Ken Nnamani. So it goes on to give us a list of all of the names. So essentially, the takeout from that was the meeting held by Mallam Buhari and his posse of Sahel merchants. So from the posse of the Sahel merchants meeting, this now emerged. Adamu announces Lawan as Buhari's choice. So the preferred candidate, of course, a lot of the speculation around names like Rotimi Amechi, Yemi Osinbajo, etc. But then, of course, a lot of people have always insisted that you should never really invest any trust in these guys because they play by a set of rules completely unknown to you. And it looks as though in the final moment now they play their joker. And of course, the announcement. Adamu announces Lawan as Buhari's choice. Crisis has hit the All Progressive Congress APC after the national chairman, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, announced Senate President Ahmed Lawan as President Mohamed Buhari's Muhammad Buhari's choice to fly the party's presidential flag. Adamu made the announcement at the meeting of National Working Committee on Monday in Abuja. Other aspirants include Bola Tinubu, Yemi Osinbajo, Kayode Fayemi, etc. So that's it right there. So this is just a short little capture from when that story broke. But that story now are completely consuming the political space now, the assertion and the denials. Senator Orji Uzor KALU congratulates Senate President Ahmed Lawan after, let me just adjust this. Senator Orji, pardon me, you see? You'd have thought I'd have mastered this thing by now. Senator Orji Uzor KALU congratulates Senate President Ahmed Lawan after reports of him becoming APC consensus presidential candidate. Senator Orji Uzor KALU has congratulated Senate President Ahmed Lawan after reports of him becoming APC's consensus presidential candidate. Correspondents reported earlier that the national chairman of the party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, made the announcement at the meeting of the National Working Committee on Monday the 6th in Abuja. It was also reported that other aspirants, including Bola Tinubu, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Kayode Fayemi, and Dave Umahi, amongst others, will however be allowed to contest the primary at the convention holding tomorrow at the Eagle Square in Abuja. Reacting to the news, Orji Uzor KALU, who is also a former governor of Abia State, wrote on his official Facebook account. So this is Orji Uzor KALU. So there's no equivocation. He has the blue tick next to the Facebook theme. So that is his verified Facebook account. Congratulations to Ahmed Lawan. Doesn't need to say more than that, but he obviously thinks he has secured that Senate seat. So still within that space, the plot continues to thicken and the intrigue continues to dish in copious quantities. Adamu chases reporters out of APC secretariat. So now they bring the guns out. The national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, has chased journalists covering the activities of the party out of the party secretariat. One of the security personnel at the party secretariat told journalists that Adamu was coming back from the NWC meeting and he would not want to see anybody at the secretariat, including journalists. The chairman is coming back and he doesn't want to see anybody here, including journalists. The National Working Committee, NWC, will continue following a stalemate over the issue of consensus presidential candidate ahead of the primary. Adamu had earlier announced the Senate President Ahmed Lawan as the consensus candidate during the NWC meeting. So there it is right there. And here is the pullback. Buhari backtracks on picking successor, now says he has no preferred aspirant. So he cannot backtrack on picking a successor because I don't think Adamu would have the effrontery to make that announcement if he wasn't either in the know or on the instruction to do so. So they made that announcement to sensitize the space that this is who he wants. So they will make the withdrawal that they don't want anybody, but the message would have been passed on to the space that this is who you should vote for. So the retraction doesn't really matter. The information has already been placed in play. Buhari backtracks on picking successor, now says he has no preferred aspirant. President Muhammad Buhari Monday afternoon cleared all doubt about where he stands on the choice of a presidential candidate for the governing All Progressive Congress APC, declaring before the party's 14 governors of northern states that he has no preferred candidate and has not anointed no one, and is determined to ensure there shall be no imposition of any candidate on the party. Speaking at a meeting with the governors at the State House, Buhari said the party is important and its membership must be respected and must be made to feel they are important. Buhari said he had a clear mind about what he was doing and asked the APC governors to feel the same way. You were elected as I was. Have a clear mind as I have. God gave us the chance. We have no reason to complain. We must be ready to take pain as we take the joy. Allow the delegates to decide. The party must participate. Nobody will anoint anyone. Earlier in their address, the chairman of the Northern Governors Forum, Governor Simon Bako Lalong, and Governor Abubakar Atiku Bagudu of the Progressive Governors said they had come to affirm the position of the Northern Governors that the party's candidate in the presidential election shall come from the southern part of the country. They affirmed that the position was not because there were no qualified candidates from the north. They apologized to the president for the leakage of their signed memorandum, which was not in support of any particular candidate, and gave their assurance to the president on their readiness to accept his leadership on the matter. So this is signed by Garba Shehu, Senior Special Assistant to the President. So there it is right there. So that is as official gets. So the backlash now and the clap back. Nothing would have emboldened Abdullahi Adamu to have made that announcement in this politically tense and deeply fought space. Nothing would embolden him to make that announcement unless he knows, one, that is the preferred candidate of Mallam Buhari, and two, Mallam Buhari gave him the tacit approval to do that. So announce to them, and then I will do the retractions afterwards. So good cop, bad cop. So there it is. Lawan, APC crisis deepens as 7 NWC members disown Adamu over consensus. So I'll retire now, but you can whistle that in the wind. The crisis rocking the ruling All Progressive Congress took another dimension on Monday when members of the National Working Committee rejected the Senate President Ahmed Lawan as his consensus candidate. The rebuttal is hours after the national chairman of the party, Abdullahi Adamu, announced Lawan as the party's consensus candidate. Adamu had dropped the bombshell during the meeting of the NWC on Monday at the party's national secretariat in Abuja. According to him, the choice of Lawan was decided after due consultation with the president, Major General Muhammad Buhari, retired. His pronouncement did not, however, go down well with the NWC members, as some kicked against the decision, demanding that the party give every aspirant level playing field. Addressing newsmen in front of the party secretariat in Abuja, the national organization, addressing newsmen in front of the party secretariat in Abuja, the national organizing secretary of the APC, Suleiman Gungu, disclosed that the choice of Lawan was not the decision taken by the party as alleged. We want to state that the pronouncement of Lawan as the consensus candidate was the chairman's opinion and is entitled to his opinion. So how can this person who has categorically nailed his mast with his colors with the mast of a candidate, how can they then oversight a free and fair process? That's the question. How can somebody that has declared for a candidate oversight a free and fair process? That is the question. It is not the position of the party, he said. The media briefing also had other members of the National Working Committee of the All Progressive Congress in attendance. They include the National Vice Chairman Northwest, Mallam Saliu Lukman, his Southwest counterpart, Isaac Keke Meke, and 5 other members of the NWC. The claim and counterclaim is coming on the first day of APC convention, which kicked off today at the Eagle Square in Abuja. So there it is right there. I did say to you when we started, if you are not confused, by the time we get to the middle of it, you will be. So if you are not confused, then you have to explain what is going on to me, because I am more confused now than ever before. So there it is right there. But there it is right there. Tinubu did not make me president. I am not confused though, but I am confused. Tinubu did not make me president because it's quite clear what they're doing, but it's quite intriguing how they're doing it. Tinubu did not make me president, Mallam Buhari. It is perhaps not surprising that on the eve of the All Progressive Congress APC flag bearer primary, there are those running as candidates who wish to associate themselves with the president's rise to elected office 7 years ago. There are many people who played parts, large and small, in his historic election in 2015, making history as the first opposition candidate to defeat a sitting president with power changing hands peacefully at the ballot box. There are those who advised the president to run again, those who decided to build a political party, the APC, that could finally be the political vehicle capable of delivering victory where all other opposition parties and alliances before had failed. Those decisions may have been agreed upon by a few, but they were delivered by thousands and voted by tens of millions. No one can and should claim to have made it possible. Yet, as important as that moment was, it is not what should be decided. Yet, as important as that moment was, it is not what should decide the next general election. What matters is the future, the policy platforms, the ideas, the drive, and the determination to take over the president's stewardship of our country and build upon his legacy to make our country better than it ever had been. The person most demonstrable in those qualities is the one to lead our party and our country forward, Garba Shehu. So there it is right there. So just a farrago of nonsense. So we all know the part that Tinubu played. Tinubu described it exactly as it did happen. Buhari had tried and failed and tried and failed. So we all know that. He cried on national television. We all know that. Tinubu formed an alliance to him. We all know that. That alliance padded his rigged votes in the north with Tinubu's rigged vote in the south to then bully Goodluck Jonathan out of office. We all know that. So I'm not quite sure. Without Tinubu, he would not be president. So that's not to say the attribution is to Tinubu, but certainly Tinubu a real key to unlocking that Aso Rock door for him. Banky W wins Lagos PDP reps primary rerun. So confused you will be. We're still on that theme. Singer-cum-politician Bankole Wellington, popularly known as Banky W, has won the People's Democratic Party PDP primary for Etiosa Federal Constituency ticket. In primary rerun, which held in Lagos on Monday, Banky W polled 24 votes, whilst his contender, Mr. Sam Aiboni, a legal practitioner, polled 5. The singer was declared winner of the contest on May the 24th, but a rerun was scheduled for Monday following some controversies. Announcing his victory, Banky W posted, "Whilst we are grateful for our success at the primaries, we are completely heartbroken at the state of our nation." In a separate post, the father of one shared a video expressing gratitude for his victory. He said, "I want to thank the leaders of the People's Democratic Party, the PDP, for encouraging me to join the family and empowering me to stand on our great platform. I want to thank our party members and delegates for accepting me, for trusting me, and for giving me the go-ahead in a landslide to represent the great constituency of Etiosa, Lagos. I want to thank," so the Oscar speech, essentially. So Oscar speech. So we all know what an Oscar speech is. Real reason why, so from that topic to another topic. So 3 more readouts and then we come into the room to say what's going on there. Real reason why gunmen attacked Catholic Church in Owo. Shehu Sani. Former lawmaker Senator Shehu Sani has said that the terrorists who attacked St. Francis Catholic Church in our town, Ondo State, on Sunday, planned to trigger vendetta and national strife. Correspondents reported that at least 50 worshippers were left dead, including many children and women, as gunmen opened fire and detonated explosives, killing dozens of people in a brutal attack on the Catholic church. The violence began as worshippers were about to leave the church. The attack has caused massive shock across the nation, as such is rarely recorded in southwestern Nigeria. The intent of those terrorists is to trigger vendetta and national strife. They spare neither worshippers in the mosques nor in the churches. The North is a daily victim of their violence. Northerners living in the South should not be molested because of the evil acts of this terrorist, Sani wrote on his verified Twitter handle. So I have to say I align myself with what Senator Shehu Sani is saying here. And there are commentaries to come where Akeredolu has identified them as foreigners. I might well read that after this, but just to say this, the intent, of course, because there's no record of any kidnapping and certainly no record of any robbery. So it was just an attack on a church, and the people who carried out these atrocities have been identified as Malians. So it's a politically motivated act, which is meant to trigger attacks against Northerners within the Southwest region. So then when there are reports of Northerners being attacked within the Southwest region, then the Northerners recoiling from this will start there. So it's essentially to trigger an ethnic war. So I quite align with Senator Shehu Sani to say the reprisals really should not really be in the direction of any Northerner that's going about his business just as a citizen of his own country, wherever he is in the southern parts of the space. But really, it's now down to the security agencies to hunt down, for once in their life, let them be of value and hunt down these people. This is what will really douse that space. But that space, it continues to heighten up. Let me bring you Akeredolu's response, and then I'll bring you the OONI's response, and then we come into the room. Ondo church attack, perpetrators are Malian terrorists trained in Libya, Governor Akeredolu reveals. Rotimi Akeredolu, the governor of Ondo State, has said that those carrying out attacks such as the one on the St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church in the state are foreigners from Mali trained in Libya. Whilst describing the attack as vile and satanic, Akeredolu promised that the perpetrators would be arrested soon. So if that happens, that will be a first in the history of Nigeria. We've never known that to happen. We will hear press statements, and that is the end of it. And that is what emboldens them. Gunmen had on Sunday morning detonated explosives on the church premises and opened fire on worshippers, killing many. The governor, who departed Abuja for the state, urged residents to keep calm and not take the law into their hands. What happened here is too tragic. It is the most tragic event. What is happening in America is child's play to what has happened here. To say the least, it is condemnable. I am grieved. Pardon me. To say the least, it is... Actually, let me have a... Oh, all right. To say the least, it is condemnable. I am grieved. Let me let you know that we have a duty to protect you. So somewhat empty words and almost, I would rather they did not say these words at all. They say, oh, the duty of the first duty of the government is to protect life and property, But if that is your first duty and you fail at the first hurdle, copiously, repeatedly, much to the heavy loss and pain of people, then what are you doing in the post? You are telling us the duty is to protect them. Why did you tell that to the 50 people that came across the bandits on Sunday? To say the least, it is condemnable. I am grieved. Let me let you know that we have a duty to protect you. Security services also lost about 2 men. The attack was sudden. How they carried out the attack and entered the church cannot be explained. No one thought such an incident could happen in Ondo State, not to talk of to Ondo people. Let us not retaliate because we will apprehend them. Don't take the law into your hands. I want to express my condolences to the families of the victims. Security agencies in the state must take all steps necessary because this must not repeat itself. On our part, we must be vigilant. We take responsibility for what has happened. Most of those that are carrying out these attacks are foreigners from Mali who were trained in Libya. But what facilitates them? Because the journey from Mali to Ondo is a very long one. So what facilitates them is the question. The OONI of Ife has had enough. Yoruba land can't be overrun. We are prepared, ready to defend ourselves from external invaders. Prominent monarch OONI of Ife condemns Ondo church attack. One of the most prominent monarchs in Yoruba land, OONI of Ife, Adeyeye Ogunwusi, has condemned Sunday's attack on a church by gunmen in Owo, Ondo State. On Sunday, St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo was attacked by gunmen whilst the congregants were celebrating Mass. Many, including women and children, lost their lives in the attack. In a statement, OONI of Ife described the incident as a gruesome massacre targeted at turning Yoruba land into a war zone. The monarch, however, added that Southwest people have the capacity to defend themselves. So it's just this empty boasting, really, that, we don't want to hear it anymore. We want to see it. What occurred yesterday was a gruesome massacre dastardly targeted at turning Yoruba land into a war zone. However, we, the descendants of Oduduwa, although peace-loving, cannot be overrun in our own homes. Do not be mistaken. We have the capacity and are prepared and ready to defend ourselves against all external invaders, the monarch said. We should all be reminded that yesterday made it exactly 1 year when an invading gang of killer headsmen killed at least over 20 people in Igogon, Ibarapa, North Local Government Area of Oyo State on a Saturday night, leaving several houses, the palace of the Isagonga burnt in the attack, whilst people were asleep exactly a year ago. When calamities like this befall us without a single trace, the interpretation is that the intelligence unit of our country's security architecture is probably faulty or completely missing. I implore the 6 governors across the Southwest region and their brothers nationwide, as well as President Muhammad Buhari-led federal government, to live up to their oath of securing Nigerians and ensuring safety for all citizens, irrespective of age, sex, religion, or tribe. Rather than discouraging us, this will rather strengthen us, especially in our resolve to deploy manpower, resources, and technology towards the protection of lives and property. I am consulting with traditional rulers across the Southwest alongside the governors across the Southwest to come up with concrete plans to safeguard our people. We have deep obligations to them in the face of inadequate state security challenges that are threatening the fabric of our existence. To my brother, the Olowo of Iwo, Oba Ajibade Agbade Geshin Ogunnoye III, and the entire Olowo of Owo, I should say, Olowo of Owo, not Olowo of Owo, but Olowo, and the entire Owo kingdom, to Governor Rotimi Akeredolu, to the Ondo, so the usual, so that's where it ends there. So that's the diet, somewhat a potpourri. So a potpourri, Bonksma, we see you surprisingly and delightfully. I didn't know you had the bravado to take it on. So Bonksma, we see you. Tony, we see you. Baba Akure, we see you. Jiro, we see you. The mighty Ajanle Koko, we see you. Engineer, we see you. And CBD, we see you. And Joe, we see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So just for the benefit of it, since we have really for the first time now, let's go to Bunksmore and let's take your soundings first of what happened in Owo, and then we take it from there. So you were not here when we discussed that as a topic. So what's your take on what happened in Owo? Unmute yourself. Unmute. Are you muted? Let me see. I can't hear you. Can anyone hear?
No.
Not at all.
No.
She took over from you, one man.
How do you mean? No, I put her on the screen, but
sometimes we didn't hear you.
when I was reading out, did you hear me read out?
Yes. I heard you today, but
yes, absolutely. I did hear you.
Okay. So Bunksma, do you have a microphone? Look, is technology not your friend? Look at this. We can see your lips moving, but we cannot hear a sound coming out of it. All right. Let me give you a moment to calibrate, and then we go to Joe. So Joe, let's go to Joe, and then we come back to.
If she's using Bluetooth, it won't work.
All right. If you are using Bluetooth, it won't work. Is what they are saying. Yeah. So we're keen to hear from you. And if any other female voice wants to come on board, we really want to hear from the female voices. But let me actually start you off. I wanted to start Bunksmore off in Owo because she'd not had the chance to record her sentiments on that. But you had the chance to speak on that space. So let me start you off then with what is going on now. Buhari had a meeting with the northern governor, so why would he have a sectional meeting is the one thing, because he, of course, meant to be the president of the country. Shortly after that meeting, Abdullahi Adamu calls a space to announce that they've arrived at a consensus candidate, and his name is Ahmed Lawan. So he holds that space. The National Working Committee comes to retract it. Buhari tries to distance from it. The information is out there, but they are calling for him to resign. Confused, are you?
Well, I think what we've been talking about, that possibly they want to get a weaker candidate, I think is coming to play. Because if you look at having meeting with the governors, and you all of a sudden the name of Lawan was mentioned. So that one, just as you said before, has already gone into the air, so that no matter what they deny, they know who to vote for. You can see the northern governor say, no, we want it to shift to the south. But that is just, I think it's just a joker. They are just playing.
Bojo.
Yes, exactly. So they know what they are doing. Definitely, they are not ready to give it to any of the Southerners. So,
all right, but it'd be a curiosity if we end up in 2023 with a Fulani APC and a Fulani PDP. A real curiosity. We saw all the Southern governors line as tried and in one voice speak to a communique. And it was quite clear how their position is. So if in spite, and they had about 3 meetings, and the tone and the communique did not change. So if in spite of that, we are presented as it looks as though we might be presented, then what happens?
Yeah, the point is they may think they are wise, but I will relate it to a story of a buffalo and a toad. You see, buffalo was giving, saying that, oh, I have all the power to run and this and that. And they went into context with just ordinary Toad. Meanwhile, Toad has already put all his children in at different junctions. Now, what am I just saying is they have seen it from the northern part that, well, we have all the capacity. When you talk about the population is on our side, when you talk about the military capacity is on our side, when you talk about, just mention it, the financial capacity is on our side, so we can do whatever we like. And if you look at the whole thing, just like a few days ago, Gumi was attending a meeting with the Meitiala and was mandating Buhari that he must pay out to Fulanis.
No, he asked him to set up a ministry for the nomads.
That is, and this money is running to trillions. That is what he said. He said exactly the amount they have given to the
Niger Delta militants.
The Niger Delta. The same amount must be given to them, and they have to set it up. He was mandating him. Possibly he is going to do it before he leaves. Who knows? So they think that they have the capacity, but it's likely that it may be their battles, to be sincere.
All right. Let me take Charles's reaction to that. So, Charles, we were all the grammars came out yesterday saying that they had no choice and we had them cornered, etc. So they say 24 hours is a long time in politics. Here we are again, virtually 24 hours later, a total 360 in what we discussed for hours on end yesterday. So what are you making of this new development? Abdullahi Adamu would not have come out to raise AHMAD Lawan's hand without having the tacit endorsement or permission of Mallam Buhari. So you can disregard the retraction. We thought Yemi Osinbajo would be his candidate. We thought Ruti Amaechi was the anointed one. We thought they were permutating Goodluck Jonathan, but they raised the hand of AHMAD Lawan. Charles. You there? Nobody's mic is working today. All right. Let me go on to Ajale Koko. We can't hear you.
I'm here.
Yeah, we can now. Okay, yeah, go on.
So I think it's too up for elections and debates among the various delegates. However, I don't know. The AHMAD Lawan scenario, I'm not too certain. I don't know in terms of Osinbajo. Definitely in terms of Tinubu and AHMAD Lawan, one will probably go with AHMAD Lawan. But I still don't think it changes anything. I think it's AHMAD Lawan is just a joker of the North. I think they're just waiting to see. And also, it depends on how the Yorubas even compose themselves after that sad event that happened yesterday. If they take a very pro-Southern stance, anti-North stance, then that AHMAD Lawan card might be played.
Do you think that incident of yesterday was to open the space for this? They were expecting a backlash to open it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they were expecting a backlash, and as you can see, a lot of the southern governors are just playing that cool. They're not really being aggressive about the whole thing. But for now, I think it's just a joker. I'm still thinking Yemi Osinbajo will still be the favorite, because to be honest, if they don't pick a southern candidate this time around, first of all, the party will collapse. And second of all, I see going in the next election a stronger southern coalition. It will break political parties in terms of the South and the North. And I don't think the North will want that, because they have a lot to lose if the South gets their acts together and act as a union. So to just
sorry to interrupt you, Charles, but there's a narrative that that Buhari has built so much and instituted so much for a particular agenda to risk that the power goes into the hands of the South, and then they will unravel and permanently end what for his. You know what I'm saying? So that's the argument that he wants to put his clansman there to continue and then to solidify in perpetuity this Fulanization agenda that no less an authority than Obasanjo told us was going on. Is this not a Fulanization candidate?
Let's be factual, political in nature now. I don't think he'll risk it. It's too sinister of a move for him to take, putting a northern candidate there. The whole South will be against it, and he will lose. The North will lose that political foothold on the Southwest, which they need right now. I don't think they'll be willing to ruin that relationship. So as much as you say that will happen, I don't think so. The best option for them is to maintain the status quo by keeping Osibanjo, who is already part of in favor with the Northern cabal as it is, and with that they will still be able to drive the Northern agenda and with the support of the South. If they go full Northern, PDP and APC, it will look, especially with the incident that happened yesterday, it will send a very bad undertone to the Northern agenda, which the Southeast has been preaching for long. I don't think they'll go ahead with that plan. I think it will still be Osibanjo. That's my take.
All right, brilliant. So we see, but do you have any confidence then? Because there's no doubting that Abdullahi Adamu endorsed Ahmed Lawan, so he did it publicly. So do you have any confidence then that having declared for a candidate, he can superintend a fair process to nominate a candidate when he's already said this is the man?
So let me get it right now. So who are the three leading candidates? Lawan, Osibanjo, and Tinubu. Am I correct?
Well, the three leading candidates were Tinubu, Osibanjo, Rotimi Amechi, and Kayode Fayemi at a distant fourth. That was what our understanding was as at yesterday. But then Lawan now, a new paradigm, because we even had northern candidates withdrawing their forms. So we thought the space had been cleared for the South. But now this new dynamic to contend with.
So it will. I still think the North will still lose. It will be either it will play out in the PDP scenario. It will be most likely either Tinubu will step down for Osibanjo, sending his own delegates to Osibanjo. Rotimi Amechi might have, if he plays his cards politically well and is not driven by ethnic sentiments. Now, Rotimi Amechi is a very wild card because I don't know where he stands. Either he's pro-North or he's...
Should he collapse his structures into a Southwest structure? Should he just speak a Southwest? Because he's not going to be president.
He's not going to be president, exactly.
So should he collapse his structure into a Southwest just to make sure that power comes to the South? Or
ultimately, that is what he should do, because I think Tinubu and Osibanjo at one point in time will come together, pull their votes together. Lawan will stay on his own. I think the buck lies with Amechi now, but I do not trust Amechi to be a pro-Southern. He's more, to me, I think he's more aligned to the North than even to the South, especially to the Southwest. So for him, I can't...
Do you see him doing a tambu wall on the day?
I think so. I don't think he's not going to be pro-Southwest. I think he's just going to be a northern stooge. If he doesn't get it, he will support the North. After all, it's the North that Buhari and others that made him, gave him his ministerial portfolio. But at the same time, you can never tell. I think he will play his cards well. He will look at where Buhari himself is leaning to. But I still feel it's Osibanjo. I think Osibanjo will take it. Lawan will just be on his own. I don't think he stands a chance.
You don't think it stands a chance? Because
No.
the reading of a lot of people, because we've seen this set play before by the North. They move aggressively to a position, test the public temperature. We saw it with with what's it called, Atiku Abubakar. Even, you know why people go via a spokesperson? Usually, senior politicians, they go via a spokesperson usually to speak to the public. Only to see if the reaction is so fervent against it, then they will come out themselves to say that that spokesperson misspoke. So we saw it with Atiku Abubakar, and something similar, I think, might well be in play here. So I think Buhari sent him to fly that kite, and then he retracted, but the kite has already been flown.
Like I've said before, like I reiterated before, the situation, especially with that incident in the Southwest, it's too tense. I don't think the North, already a lot of people, the Southwest and everybody's already upset with the North, especially with this Northern agenda and Fulani headsmen. But it will only heighten tensions if the North should impose a Northern candidate and like more or less like drive the Southwest to the corner ultimately. It really causes a lot of problems in terms of governance in the country. And I do not think they will do that. I think they will play smartly and just allow the Southwest to have their candidates. But it will be a candidate that they can control. That would, because right now, a lot of people are tensed. And I don't think they will take that chance. As a matter of fact, it will even play, right now, that incident will play well for APC because a lot of people will be like, you know what, with this incident that happened, I don't want a lot of people are already saying they don't want Atiku. They don't even want to see any northern person there. You understand? So a lot of people are already saying we want a southern candidate. The incident happened in a church, a pastor being president, also from the Southwest, is where people's emotions will be going to. So politically, I think APC will latch on to that emotional bias of the Southwest and Southeast and pick Osibanjo, who is the right person to handle this particular crisis that unfolded yesterday as president.
Okay. So you're sorry. Did somebody want to?
Can I interject, please?
Yeah. Carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the way politicians reason is completely different from the populace. With all the photo op that happened yesterday, they still went on with their dinner. Did we not see their pictures, their videos, as if nothing happened?
Laughing and clicking
yes,
glasses.
Laughing. Every one of them just laughing and kicking and with photo ops everywhere. So they don't, the way we think that, oh, they will feel it. They don't feel it like that. I'm very sure that they just believe that they want someone from the North, like Atiku, which is a strong man over there. Then they need someone who will be like a puppet or just like a pawn that Atiku can easily crush. So they don't mind that.
Can I interject?
Yeah, come in now. But before you come in, Babakure, I think the counter argument that Charles might be making is that if they come in with another candidate just off the back of the Owo narrative, that will be two fatal stabs too many. So that's the Owo narrative was a fatal stab. But then if they go again, it might well be a stab too many. But Babakure, you wanted to say?
Yeah, the way I look at it, though I read it in the paper today that Lawan has been the one that they have chosen to be the flag bearer. But like Charles said, I think it's going to be too tense. But I look at it in this way. Now, all the northern Nigeria, they reach consensus. Let's just put it that way. They reach consensus that, okay, it's going to be Adamu. Now, in the southern part of Nigeria, we have not reached any consensus. So remember, we still have Tinubu, we have Oshibanjo, we have Amechi, we have this guy from Ekiti. Fayemi. So now we have 4. So definitely, and mostly on that very day, maybe tomorrow, maybe two will step down. That okay, where we want maybe Tinubu or Oshibanjo to go ahead, right? Remember, we have 2 candidates now from the south. Then they have 1 from the north. So technically, they will vote for the guy in the north. Because I am seeing what happened during PDP to happen in this one is going to repeat itself. That is my own theory anyway. I could be wrong, but that is my own theory. So they will back Lawan while we have 2 or 3 candidates from the south. Then the south will lose. In that case, they will say, well, you guys never reach consensus, but we reach consensus. So that is my own opinion anyway.
Baba Akure, what are you making of the president of supposedly the whole of Nigeria having a sectional meeting with northern governors? Is that something that you imagine should be?
Well, it's not new to me because we've been seeing this for a very long time. I don't think if we see something like that, I don't think we should be surprised or should be baffle us, because during the issue of open grazing, this northern part of the northern governors, they converse themselves in northern part of Nigeria. They had meeting. There should be no over grazing. There should not be open grazing, rather. Then when the southern part of Nigeria, the governor in the southern part of Nigeria converge themselves in Delta State, then it causes problem. So what Buhari is doing is not something that's supposed to be new to us. We know that they can do that. It is not new to me anyway. It is not new to me, because I know that it could happen. And like Shah said that, oh, something is going to happen if they eventually reach consensus and put Lawan, nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to happen. Like Joe said, they believe they have everything. They have they are in charge of custom, they are in charge of military, they are in charge of police, they are in charge of even civil defense force. They are the head of the civil defense force. When you're talking about road safety, anything you want to talk about. Even I was even watching a federal one news about what happened in Ondo State, and the medical director of federal hospital in Owo. I don't know. It could be Yoruba. It could be from somewhere, but he is a Muslim guy. So we can see that in every key positions, you hardly see Christian or you hardly see Yoruba or somebody from eastern part of Nigeria in that key positions. So they believe they have all that. So for us to be saying that, oh, well, the tension of what happened in Ondo and war is going to make them maybe allow us to. I don't really believe that they've already made up their mind. But like me, I will still wait until when they finish their convention before I will say, okay, well, this is the person that eventually take the flag of APC.
You know, Baba Akure, that's a wise decision, because we're having Rational Mind and I almost came to blows the last time. He was saying that we must pause. This is what Alexander Gomez is reminding me via Super Chat. It's that we must pause because we can never trust these people. But he is right. But Baba Akure, let's sample to Nigeria's opinion on this development now. There's absolutely nothing. I think we can all be safe in the assumption that Abdullahi Adamu did not act on his own volition. He did not have a senior moment and he was not confused. So he did not act alone. He acted on knowledge that he knew and almost certainly on direction that was given. So he raised the hand of AHMAD Lawan. But what does that mean? We're on the 6th of June now. Within the next day or two, we know the APC candidate. How does this play into that field to Nigeria?
Yeah, thanks for having me, and greetings to members on the panel. Personally, these type of discussions seems to frustrate me a bit, because I more believe in more solution-oriented approach and getting on with the task. However, if we look at the current republic, since Obasanjo took over as a democratic president, the Southerners have ruled the country longer, which is quite surprising, actually. I didn't know that. And now what is happening is that because we've had a a northern president and the Fulani at the same time for the last 8 years. That's going to the 8 years next year. People are frustrated by it, and we have to ask ourselves some serious questions. And how do we get ourselves here? I believe that they are not entirely stupid in the north. They will see that the last thing that they want is the South to unite. Because if the South comes together, now it's not going to be very good for them. And one, they cannot force the South to toe the line anymore. And if they try to force...
sorry, Tunaija, your voice is a bit low.
Oh, let me confirm. Let me just check. I think maybe I may not have set the mic high enough. Yeah. Sorry about that. Can you hear me better now?
Much better. Carry on.
Yeah. I think the North, the last thing they want is for the South to unite because of their this thing needs to rule. And because if that happens, the South, the Southeast, and the Southwest does unite because they feel some kind of injustice in the way things are happening, then it will be difficult for the North to, reconcile themselves to that kind of situation. They will have to concede power. Otherwise, then they are looking at a split. So I believe that maybe this time they might, and this is a big might here, and they might just consider having a Southerner as an APC candidate. My fear is that with Peter Obi in play, that may not still be enough. Because if Peter Obi takes away enough votes from that Southern leader, then Atiku might still make it in there. So these are the dynamics that are at play right now. And I think the South needs to really, really, use their tongue to count the number of the teeth in their mouth here, because this is going to be tricky to navigate. And we may be looking at another northern president, and for me, another Fulani again, after 8 years of one Fulani, may be too much for Nigerians to swallow in the end.
Do you think this latest development forces the southwestern space to get their act together and to people to sheave their egos? Is this an invitation to sheave their egos and immediately, because the moment is now or never?
I never say moment is now or never, because for one, like I said, the Northerners have not ruled the country more in this democratic dispensation.
So you are not averse to a northern president, is what you're saying?
I'm concerned that it's a Fulani, because the Fulanis are 6% of the population. And if they are 6% of the population, there's no reason why they should be overrepresented in the corridors of power, except some form of inappropriate things has happened. So that concerns me. In any state, that should concern anybody. However, the North itself, if they rule again for the next 4 years, then another guy topples that one, then it seems equal, isn't it? But we could have another. It's not unheard of to have them go on for another 8 years. It's not impossible if you have a good leader. But I think in Northern Fulani particularly,
are you isolating to just this Fourth Republic? Because the preponderance of governance in Nigeria has been heavily northern, 70 to 80%, especially of this stock, which you are saying yes, they are no less than 60% of the population. So are we limiting it to just the Fourth Republic?
Yes, I think I'm limiting it to that because that's the current dispensation. We can't include military regimes that overthrow each other. Who knows how lucky people get when they overthrow each other. So, but because this is the dispensation we are in now, and you're looking at another Fulani, for me, that's where I'm concerned. Normally, I don't do tribal at all. But I feel like if it's another Fulani again coming in for another 8 years, 16 years in a row, and they are 6% of the population, that doesn't sound right. Something is not right about that kind of arrangement. And that's my problem with this aspect of northern people coming to power again. If it was some other person other than Atiku, it's not the end of the world. And I think they will realize that the other problem is the South. What is the South going to do? There's Peter Obi, and who knows, they choose Osibanjo or they choose another Southern leader. What are we going to do? What do we choose? It's up to us then. So that's the question for the panel. If they choose, APC chooses another southern leader, who do we go for?
You mean if APC chooses a southern leader, then it'll be Peter Obi versus Ochibanjo or Tinubu?
Yeah, that's a tough question for us to answer, because this is on. It's going to be on us then.
Are you heightening Peter Obi to a quantity that is do you think he has enough cachet to have any impact on anything? Because a lot of people just see him as just some Instagram babe, some online something.
That's the problem. He just has to have enough to deny the southern leader the presidency. This happened to Al Gore and in the US, where Ross Perot went around, and he took enough vote from Al Gore to give the presidency to George Bush. So he doesn't have to win too much. He just has to win enough. And somebody
I think you may have misread that space. George Bush was rigged in. You remember it was a hanging charge or no hanging charge. Yes, was rigged in.
But there would not have been any. There would not have been any doubt if those votes didn't go to Ross Perot. There would not have even been the controversy at all. He would have just won outright. See what I mean? Al Gore would have won outright. So, however, my concern is that Peter Obi is popular enough, is capturing imagination enough to take enough votes from whatever southern leader that they select to allow Atiku to win the election, because Atiku won 18 out of 19 states that Buhari won the last time, so he was close.
Are we taking any cognizance? Are we using that data for projection? The data from 2019. Are we using it? Because I've always been of the thought that all the votes, most of the votes, if not at least 60% of the, or let me not go that far, 40% of the votes that Atiku got in 2019 were anti-Buhari votes. So they were not voting for Atiku. They were voting against Buhari because they hated him so much. So those votes are not still with him if Buhari is no longer in play. So I'm not sure. Are we using the data from 2019 as a template for Atiku?
I think that there's some truth there. However, we don't have a choice. We have to look at that. It's a problem because the South, there's a lot of people that feel strongly about Peter Obi, that feel really strongly about him. So if APC chooses another candidate, it's on us now to decide, okay, we have to choose the one that it stands a chance of winning. And this is when, I don't know how we are going to figure that one out. I don't know. And we have to watch out for it.
How widely spread do you think the Peter Obi phenomenon is? Do you think is popular but ethnic, or popular and cross-ethnic? Is it cross-ethnic or just popular but ethnic?
I think it would be ethnic if a Yoruba man was picked as an aspirant.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I'm talking about Peter Obi's followership. He has a vast followership. But is it are those numbers, are they predominantly ethnic, or does it cut across the swathe of ethnicity?
It cuts across. However, if they pick a Southwest candidate, that cut across will not be enough to dissuade Southwest voters not to vote their own candidate in. They will not vote for Peter Obi. They will go for the Southwest candidate. And the same thing will happen. If they choose any Southwest candidate, the Igbos will still go for Peter Obi because they like him, and they like him and it's ethnic too. They like him. They feel strongly about him. So that's something that worries me, that
the southern vote is split.
They might take enough votes from the southern candidate from APC to allow the PDP to in. But still, politics, if you look at trends in politics, it indicates that APC should win the next election. But all bets are off.
Do you object to an Atiku presidency? Would it offend you if Buhari had not done all these things that he had done? Do you like Atiku? Do you like him?
Oh my God, no. The guy, he literally admitted on TV, he was talking about on TV how he's going to give his friends contracts and all the rest. No, I have higher standards than that. That guy, that guy can't be
it looks
president.
as though that comment rather is going to haunt him. It's been haunting him. But thank you for that. Stay with us. Let's go on to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, hopefully you're there with us. You certainly were yesterday when we permutated so much all the angles of Yoruba. In fact, my headline yesterday was that the Yorubas to pick the Nigerian next president. So confident was I that move now, the concession of the ticket to the south, essentially a concession to the Yoruba space. So that was the headline yesterday. But alas, you can throw that headline in the bin as we have a new headline now and a new champion. They raised the hand of AHMAD Lawan, Ajanle Koko. Are you surprised, but not really? What are you making of this? Confused?
Woman, I think it's wise for us not to permutate anything anymore. Yeah, I think it's wise to just leave them, let them do their thing, let them come out with whoever they like, and then we go on from there. We as the people. So I won't be surprised if by tomorrow morning another story comes up. So APC is a party that is a crisis riddled party. The party that
they are running their party the same way they run the country.
Yes, so it should be clear to everybody that when a group of people run a party like this, crisis upon crisis, time and time again, is a signal to us that they can never run the country well. So, but a lot of our people doesn't really read to implication of action of our leaders sometimes. So what I see that is going on here is contestation of power between the ACN and CPC within the party. The two biggest groups within the party are contesting for power. The CPC, I believe, they are afraid that if they should hand over power or let Tinubu have it, number one, Tinubu is corruptly rich. He's a very rich person. That guy has hell of money. So if you now cap it with that political power, number one in the country, number one that is the most strongest president in the world, he will crush any other power within that party. He will build in frank control. And as a strategic politician, as a politician that knows how to use power, he knows how to use power, and he knows how to, strategically manipulate, political situation. So maybe that is why they don't want to give it to him. Then number two, the statement he made, the address that he gave in Abeokuta, his address in Abeokuta against the president, I think it breaks the camel's back from there. That's another thing that I believe will have make them concluded rather that, yes, he messed it up and this is the game over. So, but right now, there is conflict among them, even within the National Working Committee. I sent videos to you. I don't know if you can play those videos. The National Working Committee members are saying that what do you call it? The chairman of the party announced is not their own position. It's not the position of National Working Committee.
Are you buying that? Are you buying that?
Well, I want to buy it. You know why I want to buy it?
Right.
You see, when somebody like that man in position of number one of the party, number one citizen of the party, and he believes that all the authority lies with him. And I think that is what he's trying to do.
Do you think he acted alone, Ajan Lekoko? Do you think Abdullahi Adamu acted alone?
He may not have acted alone. But if members of the National Working Committee are saying we are not party to what he says, that means that he is, pursuing an authoritarian agenda. And we all saw the way they impose it on the party. So, as the most powerful man within the party, he believed, yes, I can do it the way I am, because as the number one citizen of the party, it's very powerful.
Do you think Abdullahi Adamu can superintend a free and fair process, given what we're discussing now? And if not, should he be stepped down immediately? And if he is not, then should we conclude then that dark hands in dark shadows are puppet mastering? Are we being puppet mastered? If he doesn't step down, should we conclude that we're being puppet mastered?
You see, the National Working Committee of the party can impeach him if he's acting against the constitution of the party. And what he's trying to do right here is absolutely against the constitution of the party. It could be impeached. So, but
should he be?
What did you say?
I said, should he be?
It should be. Well, let us see if it doesn't reverse it. If it's trying to go ahead with it, I think the National Working Committee of the party should come up with an opposing move against him. They should come up with an opposing move against him. But they have done well by coming out to the media that is his own solely decision. That is his own unilateral decision. They are not party to it. And that has, show to us, the public, that he is trying to manipulate the process. So whether he is doing it in party with approval of the president, but the point remains that what he's trying to do is illegal, is illegal against the constitution of the party, and therefore the National Working Committee members of the party can act in another direction, to counter him. So, but let me tell you, one man.
Is this grounds for a legal suit if that guy emerges as the flag bearer of the party? Is this grounds?
Oh yes, that's ground for legal suit. If he contravened the constitution of the party with regards to how the process should be carried out, yes, they could sue the party as well as and they could sue the party, sue him, and ask the court to
nullify
the result of the election. Yeah, it's possible. One man, it has been done before. We have seen it at several places, at several levels, maybe at the state level and some other places before, that they manipulated the system and then they sue, and then he was and the manipulated candidate was taken out by the court, and then another candidate was called by the court to represent the party. So it could be done. So, but the way it is now, it shows that APC, some leaders are playing game. The governor of Nasarawa, the
Jigawa.
The governors of the northern governors, they went today to meet the president. And according to them, to the governor of Plateau State, who is their chairman, told the media that their position is that power should go to the south. That is what they concluded. That is their own position. And 12 out of 14 governors approved that. Yaya Bello was not part of them because he's in contest and he doesn't want to be part of that kind of position. So, and they presented it to the governor, their position to the president, that this is our position. And the president said, look, do not take anybody's out in the contest. Let everybody go and have their free will to contest.
Is that not that infamous takia that we always hear about?
Yeah. So that is what they said. The position of the president doesn't want the power to shift to just only the South. He wanted everybody in the race to go and contest it out. If they can agree on consensus, fine. If they cannot agree.
Ajale Koko, sorry to interrupt you. Let's look at the sequence of events. So yesterday they told us they were having a southern candidate. The northern governors, they put out a communique to say that they are agreeing to that, to the point that the Jigawa state governor, he stepped down his ambition. So we had that yesterday. Today, the governors from the north then. So that already unacceptable for the president, supposedly, of all of the 250 odd ethnicity in Nigeria to be having satellite meetings with sectional leaders. But all the northern governors, nevertheless, they met with Mallam Buhari today in a closed-door meeting. And after that meeting, Abdullahi Adamu, the chairman of the party, raises the hand of Lawan as the preferred choice. The northern governors now come out to say that, no, we disagree. The working committee are calling meetings in front of the secretariat and making noise. Are we being played? Are we being played?
Well, this is a party that we cannot really trust. We cannot really trust them. We cannot really trust where they are driving at. So that is why I said earlier, let us keep watching them. Maybe by tomorrow, they're going to come out with another position. So what we had yesterday from them was different thing from what we are hearing today. So they are changing position every day, new position. Another day, another position. So, but the governors of Nasarawa, what he actually said that on Friday, on Saturday, when they have concluded to, and agreed among themselves that this thing should go to the South, they were about going to meet the president. Somehow, the information leaked out and the press carried it when they have not even met the president. He said that embarrassed them and they couldn't meet the president on that day. And today, they went to president and apologized to the president that in reference to what the media carried, that they have met the president, that it was, they didn't know how the information leaked out. And then they put before the president their position. And the president responded that, look, do not drop anybody out. Let all of them in contest go and sort it out among themselves. Otherwise, let them go for primary. That is the latest position. And I've sent video.
Yes, let's document that.
The two videos that I sent to you. One from National Working Committee.
Yeah. Let's document those videos. Yes.
Okay.
So let's document those videos. So Ajale Koko sent in these two videos to document those two spaces that he has been speaking to. So this is the before and this is after. And you see then how these things are moving at a rapid pace. So this is the before, when the governors met with Mallam Buhari to double down on saying that power should transit to the south, I suspect. I've not watched it, but let's view it together. So this is the before. Are we hearing anything?
We had a meeting this afternoon with the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our dear President Mallam Buhari. And this meeting is also in line with part of the consultations that Mr. President had. Of course, Mr. President had meeting with us, governors, and series of people. But at the Northern Governors Forum, at the APC Governors Forum, Northern Governors Forum, we sat down, we reviewed a lot of things in this country, and we discussed at length about the unity of this country, about the need for progress and the need for inclusiveness, and also the need to accommodate for accommodation. And we sat down in the last few days, and out of that, 13 out of 14 governors agreed. And we took a decision to go and advise Mr. President. While we were on our way to advise Mr. President, I think part of the discussions that we did leaked out to the press. Well, we still went ahead and we told Mr. President being a Democrat, said no, he must listen to us. He will listen to us. And so Mr. President granted us the opportunity today. Our meeting today is to reaffirm our position on that letter, on that statement. We also apologize to him that that statement was made by all of us, and we reaffirm the position, but we apologize that the statement leaked out before even our consultations with him. However, it is now in the message, not the messenger. And so Mr. President was very happy. He had took our position, and out of that discussions, Mr. President, as a believer in democratic process, believed that any candidate was emerged through a transparent process. And the emphasis that Mr. President told us that for this election, for now, he has no anointed candidate, and therefore directed that this forum complete the progressive forum, governors forum, meet with the National Working Committee of the party to agree and proffer further solutions and recommendations for his own succession. I am sure this may be the last of consultations. So he has directed that, and out of this, our chairman of Progressive Governors Forum has also summoned a meeting for 5 o'clock today. And after that meeting, we'll make again further suggestions to Mr. President. So, but if, for emphasis, those of you who read it, I had a copy of what we wrote, which was already out of press. And I said, we wrote it and we stand by it. That in the interest of unity, in the interest of peace, we recommended that, and also justice. Our recommendation is that the next president should come from the South.
Okay. So there you had it right there. So that was the beginning of the play. Sorry, still playing in the background. So So that was the beginning of the play. So that was the northern governors. We saw the letters that they put down, but to make it clear, they stand line as stride. All the northern governors bar one, and I suspect that the one that was barred, that exempted himself, is Yahaya Bello, who still considered himself in play, because apparently he stormed out of that meeting when they told him to step down his ambition. So that was the northern governors. Then all of them then back in the communique they put out to say that the power should shift to the south. So after that press conference, we know what happened. Abdullahi Adamu then came out to raise the hands of AHMAD Lawan to tell us that this is the candidate. So consequent to that, this is now the latest development from that space. So let me play you the second video that Ajanle Koko sent in, and then we'll come we'll come back to the platform to sample opinion. So this is now what is in play now. So let me just unmute that.
About 2 days ago, the Northern Governors meeting had a meeting that the leadership of this country under all progressive parties will go to the north, and equally the Southern governors also affirmed that. So we, as members of NWC, we are also with the governors on what they have said, and that's some minutes ago. The governors in the north have gone to the presidency and have just given the press that they are still on what they said with regard to the power shift to the south.
So categorically, are you rejecting the position of the national chairman?
No, I said it's just an information he gave us, but it's not an issue that has to be deliberated on the floor of the NWC. It's an information, and all of us are entitled to our opinion. We are all Democrats, and we exercise what.
So in a nutshell, sir, this decision was not taken
officially. This decision was never taken by NWC, but an information.
Thank you, sir. He said that you should invite them.
Nobody there is not information. You said asking the.
So okay.
So there it is right there. A lot of noise in the background. All those journalists, they claim to be professionals, but you see what professionalism means within the Nigerian space. Let me go to Baba Kure with that. So Baba Kure, are you any the wiser what is going on? So we saw a first position, we saw a second position, and then it's now rounded up in confusion. They're running the party, of course. You don't expect them to run it any differently from how they have run the country. But is power transiting to the south, yes or no? Answer that first, and then take us to how you've arrived at that conclusion, Baba Kure.
You put me. You want it in close. You want it in close answer. Anyway, honestly, I will be neutral because I cannot say yes, I cannot say no. But to me, I don't really believe that based on what I'm seeing here and what I've read. You see, it is even with all these stories that everybody is making up, where they want it to be shifted to the south. These are just individual. Remember, you still have delegates. Delegates are the people that are really going to vote for the preferred candidate. So governors can just sit down somewhere and just decide on what they want to decide and talk different grammar and use it to confuse us. But those who are going to vote, the delegates, they know the person that they really wanted. So now, if most of the elders in northern part of Nigeria say, okay, well, this is the person that we want. If they say, okay, it is Lawan they want, most of these delegates, they will of course vote for Lawan. So what governors are saying and these people are saying, it is just my note. It doesn't really hold water. So I still believe that they can still a lot of things can still happen and raise Lawan's hand. because this is just
how do you think the southwestern space should respond to? How do you think the southwestern space should respond to this latest development?
Well, I think it is time for us to get ourselves together, and you know, sometimes when we hear things in Nigeria and when we talk to ourselves in Yorubaland or South, it's always funny when we now see the repercussion of what they be telling people. Particularly, I'm referring to Tinubu, because so many times, you can go and check it on Arise documentary. Dr. Abati and Payo Adebanjo, severally the man claimed that he called Tinubu. Do you think these people do you think Buhari we support you for your presidential ambition? He said yes. Even up to last week, the man the Payo Adebanjo still say that in the video clip with Dr. Abati. Now we see what is going on now. Right, I saw a letter on my phone just now that Ayodele Fayose wrote to Tinubu that he should have aware that this is exactly what they did to Awolowo. This is exactly what they did to Abiola. Then you are the third person now. So, and these are the things that Payo Adebanjo brought in front of Tinubu, according to what he said on the documentary. So it is very funny. So right now, the best thing now is for them, if they want to listen and they are not chasing dollar or they are not chasing money again, to come home. And one man, you know the funniest part of it is that, you know, we talked about him yesterday. Today he went to a war.
They both did, though. They both did. Both Tinubu and Oshibanjo.
Yes, I know. Just wait, man.
Oh, sorry.
You know, for the first time since the calamity have been falling southwest, or let me just say southern part of Nigeria, according to news, he donated 75 million to the victim in our war today, 25 million to the church, which never happened. But you know, before, if any incident happened in Yorubaland, I think he already smelled what is going on. When anything happened in Yorubaland, he will not even care. If anything happened in Kano State, or in Borno, boom, the man flew to Borno and donated 50 million. Boom, Kano, donate 50 million. And left Yoruba side, southwest, or south, or south generally, left them. So now the time is for us now to unite together. But to me, I will still wait. You know, I've been maintaining this since last week. I will wait until when they finish this convention and see the person that they really want to be the flag bearer for APC. But if it is not from the south, the best thing for us is to unite together. And I think to Niger mentioned about Obi and if eventually somebody might from the south.
Yeah, that Obi might well split the southern.
But you are underrating Obi. You know, when he was talking, I was just laughing because you are underrating Obi that, oh, does he really have something? If that man contests and he did step down for anybody from the south, I am telling you, we're done.
We don't know. We don't know about Bakure. We don't know how to quantify the Peter Obi phenomenon. Only because we saw a similar phenomenon in 2019 when an online movement championed. Yes. Oh. When an online movement championed a candidate.
Okay.
But then when it came to the
election, got 2,000 votes, right?
Yes. But that's not to say that will repeat here, because Peter Obi is a more senior person. Exactly. He has a deeper CV within politics, and his movement seems stronger.
Exactly.
But we don't know if it's an online narrative or if it's something that's actually vested on the ground. So that's why I'm a bit reticent about
online, online or not online. I can tell you categorically, one man today, and you quote my word. If Peter Obi does not step down, if eventually somebody from the south emerge, If Peter Obi does not step down and he competes with Southern counterparts, I am telling you, we are doomed. Because I can tell you right now, Peter Obi will not get less than 2 to 3 million votes. You can quote my word. So when somebody gets 2 to 3 million votes, you see that we're already done. So I know that you didn't agree with two Niger, but you can continue and underrating him that, oh, Peter Obi is unlike something. But when that time comes, if this permutation is going to go like the way we are permutating it right now, we are doomed. So the best thing, one must step down for one another. If eventually somebody emerge from as a APC candidate, if not, that is it. That is my take on that.
All right, thank you, Baba Kure. So thank you, Baba Kure. Let's go on to Nsebede and sample his opinion. So Nsebede, Baba Kure very much playing your man into the mix that he might well be the deciding factor, Peter Obi. But started from where we started from, Abdullahi Adamu now throwing a spanner in the works of the Nigerian political space, with him raising the hands of Lawan as the preferred choice. So is he acting alone? What's led to this? And how are we digesting this as decisions are about to be made? It's in CBD.
Yes, thank you, one man. But you see, I think, like we always say, I think the mainstream media in Nigeria is just like, I think those guys are, so in a lot of ways, they are not credible at all. They just keep on bringing, today they'll tell us one breaking news from the presidency, and tomorrow, presidency will release that it was not them that said. So it's just crazy what is going on in that information space, you know. But what I feel about this Ahmed Lawan issue is that, you know, I think what they are going to do at the end of the day, like I said here a long time ago, that we in the South are the ones doing, you know, party politics and saying that PDP, APC versus these people, the northern, whatever group it is, or cabal,
oligarchs.
Yes, they don't care about all of that. All that everybody, to them, they transcend parties. Just like you can just go out from your room and enter your parlor, as long as it's still in your house, you know. So it's not important to these guys. So we are the ones carrying this party politics. We are, like you said some time ago, one man. I think the South are the ones still deluding themselves that they are playing, you know, they are playing on a level, you know, they are doing, you know, they are like contesting on a level playing field. But these people have shown time and time again that all that don't matter to them. And to me, I feel like they have already, you know, finalized their plan of making Atiku the president. And if you say, okay, that Ahmed Lawan is okay, forget that. I agree with whoever said that. I can't remember who said that. I think it was Charles. That this issue of Lawan might just be like, no, it's not Charles, it's the other brother, I think Joe.
Joe.
Yes. That this whole thing is just like, you know, these northern governors, they don't have any, it's just that they have to play the politics. You know, they have planned everything, they know where they are heading, they know their target, they know what they already want, but they'll come out and do the caricature and do all this, what is it called? Circus show that, okay, we are saying that we support the South, the power was, so that the Southern people can be caught up in that shenanigans. But you see, the truth of the matter is that I feel like Ahmed Lawan, even if, for example, they now say, okay, let us remove this consensus thing, because I don't feel like they'll present anybody either from the South or anywhere. That's just I don't feel like they'll do that. They might just say, okay, let's remove this consensus thing. And at the end of the day, all these people, you will see it there that it will not go to a South. It's not a Southern person that will win if they don't want that. If they don't want that, that's what I'm saying. So it doesn't matter whether they present Lawan or they don't present Lawan. These people, to me, I feel like they have already finalized what they want to do. So that's just what I would
So
say.
who are you looking at on the tickets then? So it's decision time. By tomorrow, we should know definitely, but certainly by the 8th. So tomorrow now being the 7th, they should certainly have somebody by tomorrow, but the final call by the 8th. INEC wants names submitted by the 10th. So who are we going to see on that APC ticket? We're none the wiser, but are you? What are you speculating to?
I feel like if everybody, like I said before, for Tinubu, who seems like a strong aspirant there, Tinubu, Sibanjo, I think Amechi is in it. Then Lawan, definitely. Now we have seen how fast he came from the from obscurity to almost the limelight. Now that we're talking about him, I think we'll even be putting him in the same line with Tinubu at this point. So you've just seen how this thing goes. But I think at the end of the day, if no, what we see in PDP convention, whereby some people are trying to calculate politics, telling us that it is politics. You have to build. I think it was Ajanle Koko, Sir Ajanle Koko was telling us that you have to build the connection and build the relationship. That it has nothing to do with tribe. Let us keep up that same energy, because we are going to use that same analysis here in with this APC convention, because at that point you will find Akwa Ibom or Cross River delegates voting for Lawan. Let us not say that they betrayed the South. So, because I feel like that's what is going to play out. There will be no, like Joe also said, there's no Southern, I don't know who said that. I think someone said that there's no, the way these politicians think is not the way we are thinking, but they understand how to capitalize on our sentiments, on our emotions. So they'll come out and just make you feel like, okay, they understand what we are representing the South. But at the end of the day, it's all about deals, a position. Give me my own share. That is what most of them are after, if not all of them. So all these things that we're expecting, that the whole South will go there and become a Southern army, and the whole, no, it will not work. It will not work. We will see it. You'll be surprised that someone from Akwa Ibom, or even from, let's say, Southwest, the same Southwest, you
All the UZOR faction, they will vote for Lawan.
yeah, but don't use drop from the race. But
yeah, he want to be the vice president.
He's the first to congratulate Lawan.
Yeah.
I don't. I have the thing about UZOR. He said it clearly. It's not like he was hiding. He said that he's going to support Lawan since the South are not is it unanimously backing a southeastern candidate. That then let all of us go back to the north. Then so he might be using that as an excuse, but that's what he's basing his decision to support the north on, because that. Since you guys don't want southeast, let us take it back to the north.
Okay, so let's go to the southeast. About current speculation that Peter Obi might well be the joker in the park. I'm sure you concur with that. I'm sure that's music to your ears, is it not, in CBD?
Yes, definitely. I've already said that a long time ago. Everybody knows the way it's going. People are saying 2 million, 3 million, but I feel like depending on how Peter Obi and his team will keep on this momentum, we can be surprised that it will even go as far as much as over 8 million. If you ask me, that's just my own, the way I read it. It can go even up to 10 million, depending on how, because as it is right now, with everything happening, people are not where they were like some 10 years ago. people are really now seeing that truly we might be, that the country is in an existential crisis, stage. So I feel like if they give it to the South, definitely, like what Baba, I don't know, I think Tunai just said, it will be a very a huge disadvantage for for, it will just be a plus for Atiku, somehow it's going to be a plus for Atiku. But if the South now decides to unanimously support Peter Obi, then I feel like they stand a very huge chance. Because let me be honest with you, in my own opinion, I feel like Peter Obi, being the face of the South, will
Being the face of the South, when did he become that?
Being the no, I'm saying I say being. I'm not saying he is right now. I'm saying, in my own opinion, Peter Obi being the face of the South is more likely to give us a Southern president, or at least show that the South can win it. Because Tinubu or anybody else that they choose from the West, it's easy for these guys to defeat these people. Because at the end of the day, you find out that if they go to Atiku and they force him to pick maybe an Igbo guy, maybe, or maybe someone from the South, that's a disadvantage for whoever is coming from the Southwest. And also, if they also, you know how they do their things in the North, they will all unanimously vote for Atiku. And plus that other part of those votes that will come from the South, even if it's just 20% or 15%. So at the end of the day, I don't feel like that even if they feed it to someone from that's just my own way I'm reading it. I don't feel like if they feed it to someone from the Southwest that they will be able to defeat Atiku.
All right. All right. Thank you. So, Sibit, let's go on to Tony so that we sample everybody's opinion on this, and then we carry on from there. So, Tony, the topic, the name we are now conjuring with, the name we were conjuring with yesterday were names like Oshibanjo and Tinubu. So you can put those in the bin because a new champion has emerged, and his name is AHMAD Lawan. What are you then making then of this new space that we're in?
Yeah, hello everybody. Because I will not say good evening because I'm still very sad. You see that you haven't heard my voice since. So, first of all, the country ought to be in a money mood right now, and then a war should have been like a ground zero that all the ambulances are still engaged. The police, the governor will be speaking to the people through the press there, live coverage till for 7 days. You know what I'm saying? Because we saw this happening in Germany, we saw this happening where they just shoot one person. In France, you see the president will be out, everybody will be out. They will be. You see the people will be running up and down, not hearing that Akeredolu was in Abuja today to go and worship his masters there. Those masters.
No,
Sulu Gabari there.
No, hold on. Akeredolu was in a war to commiserate with actually, let me play you a clip. So okay, let me play you this clip.
I said Gabes would not to reach all of them. So Adida is donating 50 million to take care of the victims. An additional donation of 25 million will go to the Catholic Church for the victims and everything too. And I think they will look at it. That is one.
So that was Akeredolu there, leading Tinubu to commiserate with the space, and Tinubu bringing his wallet along. So he was there to do what he needed to do. But then the politics also in Abuja, so he has to, make himself available to all the spaces.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So they ought to be there since yesterday. Be there. I mean, 24/7, no movement to Abuja, no movement to Ore, to Akure. He ought to be there, and then set up,
to
a
what
pavilion,
purpose?
and this pavilion.
To what purpose?
Yeah, oh man, that is, look, are we bush animals? See, we are not bush animals.
No, hold on. To what purpose?
Yes.
To what purpose?
Yeah, because I mean that is because it's a very big, that is serious. 85 people they said, which about 100 people.
They said 50.
You know, so they ought to be there, stand by for the whole night. To have a test of.
Sorry,
yes.
Sorry to my question. To what purpose?
To what purpose is that? I mean, to commensurate with the people, to show sign
that they've done that. Have they not commiserated?
Where they were clapping hands, sir.
Who's clapping hands? Do you want me to play you the clip again?
Yeah.
You saw them now. Everybody went to.
Yeah, I saw them. He's sitting down like a king. I saw them standing there, and then they talk to somebody, and people clapping after his speech. I mean, he ought to be in a school compound or one compound, church compound, and be there.
Hold on. Yeah. Sorry, two things. Can you bring your voice down or dial your thing down because it's coming up too sharply?
Okay. Sorry, sir.
But the other thing is, I'm not sure if you've been monitoring this space. Because Akeredolu was immediately to that space. It was in that church while it was still bloodied. He addressed the congregation. He comforted the population. And then emissaries were coming. He was guiding them to the space. And the emissaries were going one by one to commiserate with the space. So everybody, let me play you another clip. So you just really to be factual. I'm not saying to be fair to these people. Let me play you another clip. This is Oshibajo also going there. So let's just be. So I think everybody did what they are meant to do. They are not meant to go and be sleeping there in night vigil, or is that what you're suggesting?
No, sir. First of all, sorry for my higher tone.
Carry on, but carry on.
Yeah, because I was so pissed off somehow.
Carry on.
But anyway, you know that I'm just assuming that I was part of those victims, and or maybe probably my families are there too because always very not very far from our place there. You have Sobe, you have a lot of people that are there too, and then like the other guy said today. He went to school there. Assuming that that he was in this church this particular day. So like in the same society or like with the country where we live, they ought to be CNN or this NTA. Everybody they are there. They will be looking at the situation. That the police and the army will be around to.
They are there. All of these things we are saying is in play now, Tony. What are you?
Yeah,
if you are not following the space, say you are not following the space. But everything you are saying, I'll bring you a narrative now. They've deployed special operatives. The place has been cordoned off. You say it's medicine after death. The governor has been, all the emissaries have been, all the top names outside of Buhari have been. Everybody has taken a public position. So I'm not quite sure what more.
What I want is that yes, I want things to be done. Like is that is being done in other part of the world.
That's what they have done.
No, but not to my satisfaction, not to the Nigerians, not to our satisfaction. Like the way we saw things be done in other. Just imagine, 7 children were locked up in a cave in Thailand. You can see the whole attention, how the German people were sending people there. The government of Thailand was calling people from the USA to come in with their divers and everything. I mean, that's what we're talking about. I mean, but it's not enough, Wama. I know that you are too big for this. It's not enough. You see that the way we are going, it's like we cannot just make it. And then to this governors something. That yesterday you were saying that Nigeria situation is always like that. But tomorrow now they will just start this so-called primary, and then we just forgotten. Stuff like that, these are the things that, I myself couldn't sleep last night, and then even today too, I couldn't go out for any appointment, you know what I'm saying? So it's just too terrible for me.
Can I say something just briefly?
Yeah, come in now.
Yes, CBD.
Yeah. So I think to a little bit of what Tony is saying, but I think internally, how do I put it now? Should I say like, obviously what they've done so far is commendable and it's what they should do. But they've not done enough, if we are being honest, one man, because they told us now that these people are from Mali, that
Right.
they are terrorists from Mali. So, where have they?
I'm
Have they
sorry. I'm
conducted?
sorry.
Hold on, Babakure. Yeah, carry on.
Have they conducted proper investigations to, find out how these people, from Mali, obviously they came through the northern part of the country, passed through all these states all the way to Ondo. Have they found out the routes these guys used? Have they set up measures maybe at the border? How is the borders of the north? Because how are they able to penetrate all the way coming down south to Ondo that has a border that has a coastline with Atlantic Ocean? So they should do proper investigation and put measures in place that this kind of things cannot happen. That is when we know that they've done enough. But if they're just condemning and doing the normal condemnation,
You have to be reminded that this happened yesterday, being Sunday, and today being Monday. So I'm not sure that all of those things that you are expecting would happen within 24 hours. But in terms of how those people got there, I think we got that from the prelate that was kidnapped in Abia State and then released, who told us that his kidnappers told him that they have sleeper cells right across the forestry of the southern region. So they didn't
so
make that journey, especially they already have sleeper cells.
yeah, they've already made their way. So that's why, yeah, I think I can believe that. But that's what I'm also saying, that not just because of this Ondo incident, but let this one be like, where is that noise coming from?
No, it
Is
was
it?
coming from, I think, Joe. Yeah, carry on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but if that is the case, one man, look at every other normal country in the world. If anything like this happen, even something as that is not half as bad as this, you will find out that these people will put measures in place. They will secure their borders. They will be, you know, intensify checks and everything, checks everywhere. All those sleeper cells shouldn't be existing. After everything that happened in the let's use the southwest now. After everything that happened in I think it was in Ngongo and all those places, how come that they've not been able to get rid of any sleeper cell or camp that does not look like anything that's normal law-abiding citizens?
And Sebede, you know what the Oni of Ife was reminding us today in his public statement on what happened in Owo. The Oni of Ife was reminding us that it's exactly to the day a year following on from that Igongon incident when 20 people were
Oh,
taken down.
imagine that. Just exactly a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing, woman. I know they have been doing what they can do, donating money, but how much will we donate? How much will Tinubu give? 75 is all that is good. Let us not lie to ourselves that it's not good. It's good because it's going to help the families and all that. But will that stop future attacks? Will it stop future attacks? No. Will it?
The only thing that can stop future attacks is actions from the federal space, and the
Exactly.
federal space does not have the political will to act against these people who they consider to be their people.
Exactly. So
Can I interject?
Yeah, come in, engineer. So I think Baba Kure wanted to come in before you. So come in, Baba Kure. Are you still there? Or okay, come in, engineer.
Yeah, greetings, one man, and greetings, everyone. Well, 2 days ago, I was speaking to someone in Nigeria. He's a uniform man, and this is what he said clearly. He said most of the uniform men in Nigeria who use arms, that they have signed undertaking. Apart from when you see your life is in danger, you don't have to shoot no one. So what does that tells you? Apart from when you see your life is not in danger, you don't have to shoot nobody. And this is the first time in Nigeria history most of the uniform men are signing that contract with the federal government. So it tells you that now the stage of where we're going to is going to be hard. Because if you see anything, maybe terrorism, and you jump in and use your rifle, then you have to face the consequences. So that's to tell you where Nigeria is heading to now. The federal government, they are not doing nothing. I don't know if they're doing that just to protect the invaders in the country, you know. And if you look at it now, these people going there to give their solidarity, they are doing it because of the election coming forth. On a normal basis, on a normal day, let's say there is no election, do you think some of them will come? No, it's impossible. So people need to wake up. People need to see the reality of things. This is not the first time they go to churches and shoot people. This should be, I think, number 15 or 16 incident that is happening in Nigeria, where they go to churches and kill people. So what does that tell you? People need to think very well. We can't be accommodating these evil people coming into community and just be doing hanky-panky games. In CBD, make a point here regarding if they can search or do this and do that. A country where there is no light, let's start from there. Where there is no light, cost of living is just something else. So how can things be fixed? The only thing that if they can do is to mobilize vigilante in such area. They have to go into that bush and do their best to figure out those people out or to fish them out. But apart from that, let's not forget, some of these people, they're into Nigerian army. Some time ago, if we realize here, we discussed this, where they said some of them, they have been rehabilitated, and some of them are repentant Boko Haram, and some they join Nigerian military, some they join other areas of military. So what does that tell you? They are everywhere. They have some in the army, some in the custom, whatever. They communicate to themselves. There was a time we dig out an incident here where a Nigerian army is leaking a secret to Boko Haram. But what has it been done? Has anything been changed? No. So things like this is just one have to wake up. All of us have to wake up. We have to do our best. We have to keep pushing, because back home people are passing through a lot. People can't come out on air to view their anger. They will come after them. So if we have that vital information, we need to be exposing these people. We have to expose them, because there's nothing they can do. It's just completely unfair that the amount of atrocity going in Nigeria, and we have leaders just because of 2023 election, they're coming out and be, trying to do hanky-panky game. It's sad. It's really sad. Everyone needs to wake up and see how selfish these people they are. They have the opportunity to put electricity in such places. They have the power to put security agencies. But what happened? They failed. They failed the people. They failed Nigerians. And they just an incident, something happened, you see them coming out. Why haven't they come out all this while when incidents are going on? Just because of 2023, we can't be fooled. Nigeria need to wake up. These people, they think they're smart. They're not smart.
Do you think they will be fooled, especially when the guy drops 75 million, and then suddenly they'll say, look how generous he is, how he cares about the people, Is this not the song we'll be hearing?
The level of poverty in that territory will make some people to like, okay, dead is dead. But in the biological aspect of it, in the reality, one man, they should have asked him too many questions. The 75 million they're dropping Is this their hard-earned money? No, it's Nigerians' money. That money belongs to Nigerians.
Do you think anybody being given 75 million will be asking that question, engineer?
Yeah, but this is what I'm telling you, the level of the poverty, they will go for the money. They will go for the money, but how long do you think the money will last? That's the question. Because if you give them that amount of money, within 2-3 years, the money is gone, and they go back to grief. So one needs to wake up. Honestly, people need to wake up. That's all I can say for now.
Sorry, can I come in, please?
Sorry, can I just say something quickly, because I need to run. Yeah?
All right, say quickly, but Babakure wanted to come in, but yeah, go.
Because I was just running. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think that our priority that will inoculate us from caring too much about who is selected or not is to take the power back to the people. And this is why I think we should be demanding to see government accounts. And we have the technology now. Our fathers didn't have them. In the 90s, you couldn't do that. 2000 even, you couldn't do that. But today, the technology is there for us to see the money. Let's see who is going to spend 100 million naira filing for presidential aspirations when they know that the money they are going to be controlling is going to be publicly available to the masses to see. And if we take that power away from them, it's going to reduce corruption and it's going to increase trust in the government. And we are going to get a lot in return for that. And I think that is how we inoculate ourselves against this tribal stuff, and whether it's the north or the south, it wouldn't matter then, because we now know where the money is going. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. And by the way, before you leave to Niger, there is a facility for what you said because a lot of people will be saying, how is that possible? But there's a Freedom of Information Act in Nigeria that you as a body can insist on seeing, because it's public information and the accounts of the state should be publicly available. So under that Freedom of Information Act, what you're saying is a possibility as far as I can.
I'm talking real time here, real time, just as you get phone alerts on your phone.
No. Where is that ever done? But that's just
because you see, that's why you have to ambitious. If you have to have ambition here, we can. After all, you want
to be getting a lot. You want to get in a lot anytime.
Yes, there's no reason why not. So let me explain.
That's ludicrous.
The Central Bank of Nigeria is able to set up e-naira, something that has not been done in any other nation apart from one nation. So if we have to be ambitious here, we have to leapfrog so many things.
Is that ambitious to be getting a lot from?
Yes, because you can subscribe to it. Yes, because you can subscribe to it. If you want to monitor what your state governor is doing, is it not your money? Does the money belong to the governor? I don't understand it. Why should we cede power to them?
You know that has to be an act of law.
That's my point. We push for it. We create the most transparent system of government in the world has ever seen.
Known to mankind.
Exactly.
I don't think it's ever done in any country.
I don't know, man. Not even in the Scandinavian countries.
We are a unique government. We are a unique situation. We can't copy what they are doing. We are chasing them from behind. We need to leap ahead. That's what is going on here. And I think that's is capable of healing Nigeria. If we go through this slow motion where people are walking behind the scenes, they will remain powerful. We have to take the power away from them and put it in the hands of the people. The technology is there. We know how to subscribe to everything, and we get alerts for them. Even on YouTube, we get alerts. Why are we not getting alerts with our own money that we are putting money? Because it's causing a lot of problem in Nigeria right now. We need to take the power away from them. How else can you do it? You are going to rely on trust of all these politicians.
You don't get.
Can you permit me for a minute? Let me just chip in something.
Well, engineer, you don't get a lot now. God win. This is it.
I think in support of what he said.
Yeah.
The other way around, the money that the federal government or they're giving to the state governors, if they find a way the money to be documented, so that maybe after 4 years, the amount of money they receive from the federal government, people can question them. In your 4 years, this is the amount you are allocated with. What did you use it for? I think if we start from there, that's a little bit kind of
yes, you know, I can subscribe to that.
Run away with the money.
I can subscribe to that. If they make the federal allocation of every state published publicly every single month, you know, and then the state then
they will run away with it. I don't trust.
No, they're not going nowhere. They have to sign.
See, if it's something that the everyday man cannot relate to, it will be hard to implement, and they will disconnect it from the people and still do what they are doing. You have to make it. See, I've seen technology change the world. The GPS was put in cars and it stopped car theft. That's it literally grounded it to a halt. You mount CCTVs in public places, it reduces corruption. If you use technology to monitor your money, you are likely to get corrupt leaders and you are going to increase trust in the government. We have to start leapfrogging the system. They expect us to be chasing our tails. That's what they plan for. And we have to jump past it and anticipate what they are going to do. Because if we keep going behind the scenes, they will always find a way around it. Now, if you ask them, okay, every account, every transaction you make, we are going to see it. Let's see how they are going to run. Before the money goes out, at the moment it goes out, people will know. FCC will be monitoring it. Police will be monitoring it. Everybody's monitoring it all around the world. Apart from our national security anyway, national security accounts can be still kept private. But everything else, healthcare, education, we can take the power away from them so that the people know what is happening. Now we can't suspect each other wrongfully anymore. You know, ASU is on strike right now because they think government has money. And those ones, they will come back on strike after a year. They still get paid for doing no job. This country is being run to the ground because we don't have transparency. We suspect each other. Is it not better that we see
two Nigeria? Hold on, let me ask you a question. Sorry, which country are you talking about? I just need to know because this solution you are trying to provide. You are talking of Nigeria, right?
Yes. Nigeria has done things that
that's why you know what? That's why I asked you this question. Hold on. That's why I asked you this. You said something about the app they launched. They launched the e-naira you were talking about.
Yes.
Do you know that app? Do you know? Sorry.
I said we were able to launch the e-naira based on
how effective. Yeah, I got that. How effective is the e-naira? I'm asking you.
No, it's not necessarily about effect. I don't know how effective it is, to be frank. But the point is the ambition to do something that other nations even rarely dares to do. That the point that the fact that the Chinese want to even follow us in the way we approach it. We banned cryptocurrency. Something after we banned it, then the Chinese did it. So you see that sometimes Nigeria, even our banking system is more advanced than the one they have here in the West. If you don't know that. So there are things we do that is more advanced because we have experienced a unique history of corruption. That's why our banking system is so advanced.
Our banking system is more advanced than the one we have in the West. Are you serious?
Yes.
No, let's not open up that.
I've used both systems.
No. Sorry, I'm sorry. No.
Hold on. Can you hold on? Justify that statement that you just made, and then we move on. So justify that.
Exactly.
Statement. Yeah.
An example of that is if you want to open an account in the West, you can just go online and fill form. You have an account. In Nigeria, you can do that, but they will want to see you face to face. They will do a face-to-face interview, something that they will do online, and they will have to see you face to face, interview you. Boom, then they will open your account. In the way the banks operate themselves, the way the transactions are done, they have multiple security features to ensure that the transaction is genuine. That is something they don't do in the West. And the Nigerians started it a lot earlier than the West has even started implementing it more recently. Nigerians have been doing mobile banking before the West even started it.
Kenya actually started it first.
Yeah. Kenya, no, it's true. Kenya started it first. That's my point. Africa is able to do things because of their unique history. We have to tap into that to leapfrog some of the things. Because if we keep copying people, we are always going to be behind. That is the problem. We need to start thinking, okay, we have a unique problem where the people distrust the leaders, and the leaders are proving themselves to be corrupt. Some of them may not be corrupt, they may be telling the truth, but we don't believe them because we think there is a lot of money in the bank. So what other way to solve that problem than to say, you know what, show us the money. After all, it's our money. Let's see where the money is going, so that would disarm all the people that are accusing the government wrongly, and also discourage the corrupt politicians that come into office just to enrich themselves. Because now they don't have a lot of room to do that. They will have to go and find a proper job to go and do to make money. This is something that can change the face of Nigeria. It's quite simple, but it can transform things if we push for it. People were able to die and fight for NSAS, and they got everything they wanted from that NSAS protest. But if they did something like this, the impact is gonna go far beyond what we are thinking today, because people are gonna be willing to pay into the system. Nigerians don't pay tax because they don't trust the government. It will heal a lot of problems, and then elections will be boring. Nobody cares about elections when you know where the money is going. That's what we need in Nigeria. We are too hot during elections. We are worried about the north. We are worried about the south. We are worried about the east. Everybody's worried because they don't know what is going to happen next. But if we take the sting out of that problem goes away. We actually focus on growing our country.
All right. That is certainly an idea, a psychedelic idea, but nevertheless an idea. a psychedelic idea. As you see, this is what
serious one.
This is what you get here. Even psychedelic ideas. You know,
I
have a technological background, so I know this is physically possible. So it's something that can be done. I don't see why they should keep our money in the dark. I've seen our leader talk about how they have trust funds that they're going to use to give to NYC people. I was like, trust fund, who knows how much you have there? Who knows who you are going to give the money to? Who is checking who? They are all corrupt. We can't keep living like this.
To Nigeria, but our problem is the leadership now. You see, all these things, I think they are.
That's why you put systems in place. If you don't trust them, put systems in place.
The systems they are there. Nigeria has so many things that sound so good on paper. You will even wonder if it's even in America. But none of these things will work with these evil leaders that we have. You understand? So we need
this one will work. Like if no matter how evil you are, evil criminal you are, go and steal a car with GPS. Let's see how far you go with that one. You can be as evil as you want, but soon there are certain things you can't prevent.
How far you go is that they will take you to EFCC, and tomorrow when you align with the ruling party, your sins are forgiven.
All right, you've deviated somewhat, but it's certainly an interesting idea. So I was completely disregarding of it, but now you've expanded on it. I see more the possibility, but still, for me, a psychedelic idea. But
one man, you should ask him. He said they should put system. Who will put the system in place? Who is going to put it in place?
Give me the money. I'll put it in place for you.
No, it's talking about the political will. It's not the technology is easily done, but the
will. The people are the will. If the people decide that they want
the people stealing the money will put
now you are talking.
No.
I
mean the people that want the government to do everything they want in NSAS and this issue. We got the government to do everything. They got the government to do everything they want. The people have the power to make the government do this too. It's a matter of will. If we have the will, we demand it, they will do it. They don't have a choice.
All right. Let's hear from Babakure, and then we go back to Tony to continue with his thoughts. Thank you for that insertion. It's certainly something to think about, you know. And I think a lot of the people in the comment section, they are not far from you, especially the technology base that we have, because we have a lot of techies that follow the platform. So they are saying, "No, one man, you are so stupid." Of course, the guy is right. So there it is, right there. So there it is, right there. So an interesting idea. But Babakure, you wanted to insert something earlier on.
I already forgot that anyway.
All right. Let's get back to Tony. So Tony, you had the floor and you were speaking that forget these elections, that the space should still be held by what happened in a war.
Yes, sir. To my people now, well done. And so the thing that should be preoccupy our mind right now is how to protect our bushes now, or how to drive those aliens away. And then that's why I will say that the helicopter should be flying around there, hovering around, around the bushes there, war, and they right to Akure, to Benin, or to Syria, to Kogi State. That's how it is being done. Like Philippines, they have this Abu Sayyaf. This Abu Sayyaf will say they were much stronger than Boko Haram, but look at the way those Philippine soldiers will just go into the bush, into the streams everywhere, and fish these guys out. Now that we know that these people are the ones sending them, because already a lot of officials, they are coming to say that the part of the government, there are Boko Haram in the government, and the people that are being caught are being, recruited. So we already know where we are, that we are already in a very dire strait. So we need to do something right now. That what should be, even our discussion, since we started today, should be directed at this, how to secure ourselves right now, because we saw this coming, and they are really coming. And then we are seeing
how to secure ourselves. Tony is really vested in the politics still. Yes. You have to have the instruments to be able to secure yourself, and the instruments of security is held federally.
Yes, and then otherwise known as this northern part.
Forget the northern. The instrument of security is held at the federal space, and that is what we have been seeing all the way through.
Yes, sir, and it's very bad. So how do we free up ourselves from this grip? So that's what we're talking about. It's very bad.
Please, can I just
even today? Hold on, please, my brother. Today, one man, Dangote trucks are still bringing in people, for the north towards the south. Today.
What does that mean? What are you saying?
They are still bringing people with, be discovered, covered with tarpaulin, and then after the police and the customs were there, but so, and then they tried to check. They said they were carrying bags of salt, and then it was people in there with some AK-47. So many trucks today. Dangote.
Forget Dangote. I don't know about. But thank you, Tony. Sorry, Tony, but I recall from all these unverified things.
No, take me to the next one. Okay, take me to the next one.
No. I remember my point. One man.
But you can see that for the comment section, they say you should let Tony speak more.
All right. Thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So let's hear from everybody gets to. Let's hear from you, Baba Kure, and then we hear from Joe, and then we move on.
The point I want to make is that I know that in CBD, in a statement the other time, it was mentioning that those people who attacked church in Owo, they are from Mali. So my question is that how do we know that they are from Mali? Because it seems that instead of us to just call a spade.
Baba Kure, that is what the governor of your state. That is what the governor of your state said.
Yeah, it's still political correct. Anyway, that's okay.
No,
I didn't hear that from him.
I've had some information now.
I read it out.
That's what Akeredolu said now.
To me, I don't believe that they are from Mali. We can continue deceiving ourselves. They are from Mali, they are from Niger, they are from Gambia. Let us continue deceiving ourselves. And I want to make mention of OONI of Ife, that stated that Yoruba will be able to defend themselves.
No, Baba Kure, we get to that in a moment, but let's have.
Let me just.
No, go on. If you want to make a.
No, when we get to that.
Because I wanted to start that space of either with Joe or Ajanle Koko, but Joe, you wanted to insert something.
Yes, I just want to say that because Tony was saying we have to defend our government has to come in. Well, if we want to wait for government, I think we will wait forever. Like what we did in my hometown, just like I mentioned 2 days ago. And I think every one of us here, we came from different cities and different towns. We can organize the same because like in my hometown, we have to keep making contributions in which we pay vigilante.
And is that not rudimentary somewhat? Is that that's rudimentary stuff now?
just a minute. Okay. Then we also have cameras situated at different junctions of the town, and all the entry points into the city. This can be done, though we know it's rudimentary, but that we kind of checkmate. And then we also advise people, like everybody should have whistle, that in case there's anything that comes up, where you people will blow whistles, and that can actually make the, especially when it is at night, that can make people to be awake and be able to know how to run away. Anyway, I know it may be rudimentary, but can we wait for government forever? That is the point. And for the people coming from Mali, well, I'm not disputing the intelligence that the Akredolu might have gotten, but a week ago, the ISWAP, they registered their presence in southern Kogi State. That is the part of Kaba, the Yoruba-speaking area. And truly, we knew about the 2 attacks that happened in Kogi, in which the ISWAP themselves have claimed responsibility. So, saying that they could, like that of Owo now, they could have come through Akoko. They don't necessarily have to come through Edo State. They can come through Akoko and then get to Owo. Very easy. So, well, that is what I just want to say, that we can sensitize our people at home to just gather themselves and do something like that by helping them. So I think that is what we can do. If we want to wait for government, we may likely wait forever.
You know, Joe, I was reflecting on this, and I think we may well have touched on it yesterday as well, to find out exactly what pathway these people would have had to enter Ondo State. So I brought up the map, which I will bring up again now, just to see where the entry point into Ondo would be. So here is a map of Nigeria. I hope it's clear enough, somewhat. But here is Ondo State, where my cursor is here. And then beside Ondo State, that's Edo State. Beside it to the other side, I think that is that Ogun State or Osun State? That's Osun State. So, and then it goes all the way into
Yorubaland. That should be Ekiti.
No, that's Osun State, I think. That's Osun State. Where my cursor is here is Osun State. This is Ondo State. This is
where is Ekiti?
Where is
Ekiti? That should be Ekiti.
Well, not from what the map is.
The red one should be Kwara. The orange one at the top of Ondo State should be Kogi State.
All right, that's not how the map is showing it. Okay. Let me come off this map and hopefully come into a bigger, bolder one. Because we were curious to see the pathway. You know that this. We didn't even know they were from Mali when we were reflecting on that. So I hope this is a bit clearer. So where my cursor is here, this brown one, that's Ondo State. This bluish greenish one, that's Edo State. Here, the other greenish one, that is Osun State. This is Ogun State. Is this So
okay. What you have now is like an old map when.
Yes, I think because it may well
I can't
be.
See Ekiti there.
Yeah, I can see.
But if you look at from Kogi, is directly on top of Ondo State.
Yes.
So they can, which is the Akoko area, like Akoko. So they can come in directly from that Kogi into Akoko, from there to Ikare to directly to Owo. Or they can come through Akoko, Edo, Gara, then to Iburupa, and then from there to Ifon, and from Ifon to Owo. So they can come. It's so easy to come through those axes.
You know, somebody was saying that the best way is to just use the middle belt as a buffer.
A buffer.
So yeah, so if you can find a way to sweep through that middle belt so that it breaks the pathway. So there's a strong security belt in that middle belt. So it breaks the pathway of anybody just and that is where the security really should be, the middle belt. So that stops them coming in, you know, via the forest or anything.
Yeah, you know, it's just the unseriousness of the government. If you remember the other time when they stopped bringing food to the south, you realize that they know their limit. They stop at Jeba. That is shortly before the river, River Niger. They know that is where their limit is. So they have to stop all the trailers, all the trucks from that end. So just as you said, assuming we have a good governance that can sweep through the whole of Nasarawa, Niger State, Benue, Kogi, that could have been just to be able to keep them at bay. But now they've already registered their presence in Kogi State to the extent that they struck just last week. I think it was on Friday in the governor's town. That is Kogi State governor's town in Okene. So they struck there, and they claim the responsibility. So I don't think that buffer will work anymore, the way I'm seeing it.
Well, it could still work though, because if they create that buffer still, and then the ones that have already instituted the cells that have already instituted, they can cut them off from escape and then just savage them.
Well,
we are just thinking of, you know, we have to one way or the other that we cannot, you know.
But woman, can I just come in?
Yeah.
It's a very
thank you, sir. You know that you are saying something like as if you are the government, somebody with good heart, or like I know as if I'm the government. But you know that the government is responsible for this.
Are you? Yeah, we're just talking of what can be done.
I know. Yeah. This local there, this River Niger there, all those on top there, Kwara, all those, they put military like a semi border. Eh? You know, I get what you are saying, but they will not do it because they have got some agenda to carry out. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony, and thank you for that insertion, Joe. So let me move it on then to, but we're still staying.
One more, you're moving it on. You didn't sample my opinion. You're moving it on.
Oh, so sorry, Juros. Yes. So your opinion then on the talking point, the Abdullahi Adamu and his wayward ways.
I'm going to find you one man.
Sorry.
Me too, one man.
Who's me too? Who's me too?
Grand.
Oh, all right. Carry on, Ejiro. Sorry, Ejiro, your thoughts.
Yeah. The Lawan story, you know. The rubber stamp Senate president. That man is rubber stamp. We all know that. And you see, Lawan is a project of APC, so they know what they are doing. Them giving it to Lawan is a game plan, because the calculation before was if they give it to if Atiku emerges, they bring Lawan in. That was the permutation out there, you know. And if Wiki emerges, they bring Jonathan. So, like we've been saying here before, is a very.
Is that what you think? You mean like for like, Abi? Like for like?
Yes. Because who is Lawan? Who is Lawan, please? For me, I've never heard such name. To be honest with you, I think APC and PDP are working together for power. You know, to go again for the North. You know, that's why they want to do that like for like thing. You know, that is just I think that's just the calculation out there. So they know what they are doing. you know. Then I want to take a goal at the Lagos, the Lagos landlord, you know, Asiwaju.
All right. Before you go there, you said who is Lawan, but I think somebody has an answer for you. So
Okay.
Senator Shetima, he will tell you who Lawan is. So let him tell you in his own words who Lawan is.
Okay. All right, bring him up.
Okay.
Has changed things. Yes. For those who say I'm a Lawan from the same northeast as Atiku Abubakar, is there an even? I mean, does that make the race even in that sense?
Well, my own position. We're gonna come back and just huff and puff, and we'll take it back.
Can you hold on? Who's that?
Of so many interests: the ACN, the ANPP, the CPC, then ABGA.
Apologies, I'm going to rewind this because I think a voice come through. Yeah, somebody come through just then. Yeah.
That dynamics has changed things. Yes. For those who say I'm a Lawan from the same northeast as Atiku Abubakar, is there an even? I mean, does that make the race even in that sense?
Well, my own position is very simple. APC was formed by a merger of so many interests. The ACN, the ANPP, the CPC, then ABGA, and of course the new NPN. And in a multi-ethnic, multi-religious polity like ours, we have to be sensitive and conscious of the diversity of the nation. Ahmed Lawan is my kinsman, is my brother, and he holds me in the highest esteem. And I played a very prominent role in his emergence as the president of the Senate against my own kinsman, Ahmed Alindume. But leadership goes beyond sentiments. He has spent 20 years in the Senate, in the legislature. He has a PhD in geography. He had spent a stint in the academia before joining the political industry. Does he have the administrative skill set to rule a complex nation like Nigeria? This is $1 million question, and most importantly, sir,
can he also stand shoulder to shoulder with Atiku Abubakar?
He can't.
You think so?
That's the fact. You know, he's a peer amongst equals. Let's not delude ourselves. He became a senator with 144,000 votes. I became a senator with votes 2.5 times that he garnered in Yobe. No. Go to Ohiapia or Izochuku and ask for Ahmed Lawan. The first name that will come to their mind is that of the tomato dealer who's bringing tomato from Maiduguri.
So there you have it, Ejiro rather. So that is his own clansman that tells you that it's if you go to Umar here and say Ahmed Lawan, they say, we know him now. He imports tomato from. Nobody knows who he is. He's just a punk.
Exactly. One man, you must understand that APC, as of today, has fallen by its own hand. A party formed for one purpose, just one purpose, to ask Jonathan, cannot stand. It's been a long time coming. CPC and the AC cannot part ways and rest in pieces. You know, that is how I would just leave it there. Then let me quickly go to. Okay, go ahead.
My brother, if you are here earlier on when Insibidi is saying something, you would have known everything by now. Insibidi just said it clearly that it's just a done deal. Anything that they're playing now is just left over. So whatever they're doing now is just left over. They already cook everything, garnish it, and they're just waiting to announce. That's what has been done. Any other thing now that is coming out is just like a kind of wing war. So it's politics for you. And I'm very, very impressed. Insividi has weighed things. I've seen it with his own eyes and just analyze everything. There's nothing like to beat around the bush anymore. They know what they're doing. They already know who they're going to give that power to. So it's just they're just deceiving people, playing with people's mindset. That's what is taking part now.
Yeah, engineer, if they don't do it like that, yeah, the script will not be interesting, you know. So they have to like really present it in a professional way. So that is what we are saying now. Anyway, before I hit the floor to someone else, let me quickly give a go at the Lagos Baba landlord. You know, so it's so interesting, you know, how people overnight can change. How much did Tinubu donate to victim of Lekki toll gate? I don't know if anybody knows that. If
That's
at all
a
he
different
donated
space,
any
though.
money.
That's a different space now. That's a different narrative.
Yeah, because he ran quickly. You know why I'm giving a goal at him? He ran quickly to Ondo to go and do the needful. What he did was the needful. That is why I'm giving a goal at him.
Yeah, because
look at what happened in NSAS.
No, NSAS is not like for like now.
NSAS, Norman, let me land the point. You can disagree or agree at the end. NSAS massacre. He kept quiet to date. Oyigbo market calamity. Nothing was heard. Ibadan riot and looted market. He did not say a thing. Bariga market was bombed.
All right, yeah.
Nothing from Asiwaju.
We know where you're going. Yeah.
Town massacre. He kept mute.
Yeah, don't give us the full
You know,
list.
so he donated money because of the election. He's not a passionate person. That's where I'm going. He's not passionate.
We know that.
He has self-ambition. You know, so I hit the floor to someone else.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. So let's sound the opinions of Grant and then Babati, and then I want to come back to you, Joe, and then I'll take you to that our space, the OONI of Ife, who now sits astride. If you're saying the lead Yoruba person, I think we can conclude now, especially with the demise of Alafin of Oyo, that the OONI of Ife stands astride as the lead Yoruba person. He takes a position, but I'll come to you with that. But first, let's sweep up our opinions on this new now dynamic that we're contending with a rush of blood to the head, would you say, or a calculated move? This Abdullahi Adamu cameo that we're discussing, Grant.
Yeah, hi guys. It's nice having me here again. Yeah, Adamu, we all know where the message came from. Adamu cannot just come out and say, "Oh, we are taking what's his name, Lawan." It's not possible, you know. So definitely, it came in from Buhari for him to say that. So for the northern governors, you can easily see them in their faces. They're just playing around, man. You know, when it comes tomorrow, you already know what's going to happen. When you listen to what's his name, KALU, and then there's one other guy. I don't know if any of you saw the channel's interview with KALU and one other APC chieftain, you know, today. You know, the guy.
I watched it.
You watch it? Okay, good. Yeah. So the APC chieftain, when you heard what he was saying, "Oh, personally, we want this to go to the south." But when you listen to him, but after the consensus, if it comes to the north, then that's what it is. You know, I will support whosoever, you know, is one Nigeria, but he's not saying, you know, you see the game being played. So they are trying to tell you that, they are saying, okay, that, you know, they support you going to the south, but once the whole thing is done tomorrow, if it goes to the north, then they will support the north. You know, so it's just a game play. They already know what to do, like what's his name said in CBD and Co. You know, so it's everything is already strategized, you know, and coupled with you know, what Fayoshe sent to Tinubu as well, you know. So he should have seen this coming long time, you know, and then yeah, it's just strategized, and I give it to them. Anyways, yeah, they play this politics way better than than anybody in Nigeria right now, and it is what it is, unfortunately.
All right, so there it is. But we'll see how it comes out in the wash. Because we were just concluded yesterday, and today now we are concluding again. But it's not over till the fat lady sings. It's the metaphor, and nothing exemplifies that more than this situation. Babati.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening, one man. How was your day? How's everybody doing?
Well, it was going nicely until Adamu Abubakar from the Sahel interrupted it.
Okay, I'm not going to gloat, but you know, I brought up the name of the guy earlier. I brought up Lawan's name before on this panel that he might be the guy. So I'm not bragging, but I did mention his name on this platform. But that just gives
as you did 1,000 other names. But
one man is very fluid. It's very fluid. As we get information in, it changes from time to time.
Yeah.
But that just gives Atiku the pathway to the presidency. If that would be the plan from the get-go. That was what I'm thinking for the first place. But let's just move it further to the third force, because I've said that before on this panel. I want to see a spike in the PVC count, collection or application or registration. 5 to 10 million PVCs registration. 18 to 35. Do you know why I said that? Because for the next 3 months, it means that people are so pissed off with these two parties. For the first time, they go out and get a PVC. So for you to have a credible third force, you just look at those spike in numbers, 18 to 35. You must say spike in registration between those demographics for OB or whoever comes up to be taken seriously. But let me also talk about the security agencies. I heard you talking about that earlier. We don't have an issue of equipment. Okay, let's stop this. We don't have a drone. We don't have equipment. It's the people manning the equipment that are the problem. The security is clearly compromised. The police is compromised. The military is compromised. Even the government itself is compromised. So you can buy all the drones you want from now to ever. It won't make any difference. So you need to flush out those people in the government to make any difference at all in the first place. So don't discuss drones or anything. It's not the issue. They know what to do, but they're refusing to do the job. It's the problem. So and you mentioned about
you know what you are, just to interject Babati, what you are saying is not too dissimilar to what Ayo was saying to us yesterday. He went as far as to tell us that Nigeria actually has Pegasus, which is like some almost God, because you know what they call Pegasus? They actually call it God's eye. You know, it sees virtually everything. It's so sophisticated. It's an Israeli system. So he was that I'm not quite sure if Nigeria has it, but then I didn't want to take on Ayo because he will just start to double down. But we have a sophisticated security base. But it's just handed.
We do. It's just like I bet you if you get somebody that is very honest in government, that person can end Boko Haram in 3 to 6 months. They know exactly what to do to end this problem. And please, I am not buying this narrative of they came from Mali. I am not buying it. They live in Nigeria. Maybe they're not Nigerians, but I don't buy this. Who comes from Mali, 3 countries away, just to blow up a church in like 600 miles?
No. But you are going on the assumption that they made that journey from Mali specifically to carry out this activity. But if you go by a lot of the things that we have been hearing about Babati, that there are sleeper cells all over the vast forestries of the southern space. So if we take that as a base, then you can say that there are already sleeper cells that have been around for weeks and months, are just waiting for the signal to strike, and they struck.
Oh, one man, that for years. I remember 4 or 5 years ago, Ghana was talking about they have over 600 sleeper cells in YORUBALAND.
There it is.
If you remember that they know they have over 600 places where they have these guys. But I'm saying, based on what government is saying, like they are foreigners. Don't use the foreigner narrative. You know, I'm not buying that foreigner. They're already here. They're already in the country. So, but the man in charge of the country apparently has a soft spot for these guys. And and whoever is going to you called him a Robert Senate president. So what do you think he's going to be as a president then? If he was so I mean, how can Lawan be the man of in the country right now? Will you feel safe? Will you feel safe if we have him in charge of the country? The whatever his name is, will you feel safe right now? Nobody will feel safe now. Nobody will feel safe. So it might even get worse. It might get worse from now on. Buhari might even be a saint in the next 2 years. You might even miss Buhari compared to what's about to happen to the country if you're not careful. So I'm not buying that. Oh, they came from Mali. I think they're already here. They are in our land, but they are waiting for orders. So Lagos, Ekiti, maybe Ibadan, or Ondo is already on attack anyway. So they might be the next target for these guys. So that's my concern. It really bothers me.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Baba T. So thank you, Baba T. So now let me take you then to a completely different talking point, and let's have Joe lead on this. Just to refresh the memory, I'll just think through it to read it out. We're going to OWO, by the way, Joe, but let me just for the benefit of people new to the. So this is what we are going to be discussing. Yoruba land cannot be overrun. We are prepared, ready to defend ourselves against external invaders. Prominent monarch OONI condemns Ondo church attack. One of the most prominent monarchs in Yoruba land, Ooni of Ife, Adeyeye Ogunwusi, has condemned Sunday's attack on a church by gunmen in Owo, Ondo State. On Sunday, St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo was attacked by gunmen whilst the congregants were celebrating Mass. Many, including women and children, were taken down in the attack. In a statement, Ooni described the incident as a gruesome massacre targeted at turning Yoruba land into a war zone. The monarch, however, added that Southwest people have the capacity to defend themselves. What occurred yesterday was a gruesome massacre desperately targeted at turning Yoruba land into a war zone. However, we, the descendants of Oduduwa, although peace-loving, cannot be overrun in our own homes. Do not be mistaken. We have the capacity and are prepared and ready to defend ourselves against all external invaders, the monarch said. We should all be reminded that yesterday made it exactly 1 year when an invading gang of killer headsmen killed at least over 20 people in Igangan, Ibarapa, North Local Government Area of Oyo State on a Saturday night, leaving several houses. The palace of the Isiganga burnt in the attack whilst people were asleep exactly a year ago. When calamities like this befall us without a single trace, the interpretation is that the intelligence unit of our country's security architecture is probably faulty or completely missing. I implore the 6 governors across the southwestern region and their brothers nationwide, as well as the President Buhari-led federal government, to live up to their oath of securing Nigerians and ensuring safety for all citizens, irrespective of their age, sex, religion, or tribe. Rather than discouraging us, this will rather strengthen us, especially in our resolve to deploy manpower, resources, and technology towards the protection of lives and properties. I am consulting with traditional rulers across the Southwest, alongside the governors across the Southwest, to come up with concrete plans to safeguard our people. We have deep obligation to them in the face of inadequate state security challenges that are threatening the fabric of our existence. My condolence to my brother, the Olowo of Owo. So then it goes on into the condolences. So several things to unpick from that, Joe. So he reminds us that this is exactly a year since we had the Ibarapa incident. And at the Ibarapa incident, almost by mirror picture capture, the same things that Deone said, that we will not be overrun, that we have the capacity to defend ourselves, And we, as the lead of this space, we are obliged to defend our people. So a fast forward 1 year, a répéter après moi, the same words again, but a bigger, more gruesome, more devastating action. All these template responses to these things. Enough of the words, some action, although he was quite condemning of the federal space, but enough of the words, Joe, action, the OONI.
Yes, I think it's just a political talk. You know, when this thing started in the north, we thought, oh, it's far away from us. In fact, there were so many people saying, oh, this can never happen in Yoruba land. But when it happened yesterday, you started hearing people saying, oh, they should tell all the churches, mosques to close down for so weeks or months. And that is exactly what they are looking for, because if you look at the north, schools were closed down, churches could not hold simply because of the fear. So like I mentioned before, these people, they are coming, they won't come with full combat. They are coming with psychological warfare. They want to put fear into the heart of the people. What OONI was saying, he was just saying that just to be political, not well, it's not politically correct, but it's not hitting the nail on the head. And maybe he has forgotten that the war that they fought in those days, like the Kiriji War, like the war they fought in Oshogbo, is not the same as what we have now, because maybe they thought they were just looking at the history, but they have forgotten that this time around we are talking about AK-47. And all the guns you find in the hands of the people down south are just Dane guns.
Takabula.
Yes. What can they do? If now when they started Amotekun, these Obas, if they have put mouth into it that no, we need this Amotekun to also be carrying guns like the JTF. But where were they? They were all in Abuja. So it's just, to me, what he's saying does not hold any water at all. It doesn't. When it happened in Igogon, was it even there at all? Even till now, you still find all these kings coronating some of these Fulanis as Seriki and so on. We have the Oluwo of Iwo that just married another Fulani recently and so on. So you see, they are just, to me, I won't, because he's a king, I won't say he's just talking rubbish.
Well,
But
you can say it if it's okay. You know,
sincerely,
are you afraid that the ground
no, definitely most of them are just political kings. Most of them are political kings. How many of them really did the traditional things that they're supposed to be done? None of them. So that is why they can't even talk. They can't say anything. So to me, he has to just say that. The other time, it was around the same spot where they killed the Olufon of Ifon, which is just beside Owode, a first-class Oba, was killed. In those days, a king cannot be killed just like that, especially with gun. Oh, traditionally there is a name for gun that when they shoot it, it will never sound, it won't come out. It won't click at all. But because they are all gone, they are far away from their traditional rights. So they are just talking rubbish. Even that king now, if anybody should face him, they just get rid of him straight away. So to be sincere, the way I see it, where they just have to say something, just like the way Tinubu rushed to Owo. is just because of the political interest. I think it was Ejiro that was mentioning those areas where there have been disasters. Yes, because
exactly.
There were no political interest in those areas. He's like Tinubu. His daughter controls the markets in Lagos, the whole of Lagos. But markets were burning. Nothing was done.
Even in Lagos.
Yes.
He didn't give them anything.
That's what I'm saying.
Can I interject briefly, please?
Yes.
Okay, I think the reason why he's doing this now is that when chicken want to come home to be roasted, I think he has already felt that this thing is getting out of my hand, and in his party friend in another part of Nigeria, so he's trying now to get the face of Yoruba. That's how I think, anyway. I think that is why he's doing this now, because he's supposed to have been doing this before. I think because he already perceived that this ticket is going to get out of my hand, so I need people to support
so
me.
he's trying to buy his way back home.
Exactly.
He's looking for sympathy.
So we are fools. So we are fools.
My opinion.
We are fools. We can't
I believe people were not fooled by the money that
we're not
even
fools now, come
Tinubu
on.
gave, because that money, is it going to get to the hands of the victims? No. You will just realize they will tell you that. Yeah, they will just tell you they've used it to pay for medical bills, because some of them were taken to private hospitals in Louis, while some were in federal medical center.
On those states should cover that bill, surely.
Well, to your tent, oh Israel, I'm sure. So it won't happen when the government himself cannot pay salaries. The health workers, all of them, they pay them half salaries or 30% salary. So, well, they will tell you there's no money. So it's only that we just pray that Nigeria will not happen to us, because the survivor of yesterday is the victim of today. So
Aisha Yesufu said something quite pertinent, which is just those words that you've just uttered, that all those people that are encountered what they encountered in Owo, they are every one of us, because to those people, before they encountered that, they never had any expectation that anything like that could happen in their space, just as we have no expectation that something like that will happen in our space. So they just hear it as something that happens in a distant space, but it happened to them. So that is everybody right there. That's everybody.
And for you to know, till now, I don't think there's any list of the names of the victims. So far, we don't even know the actual number. So now there's no list to say, oh, this person is Veronica, this is Michael, this is this, or this is. There is no list at all. So that's
in that respect, I think the church is not doing good enough right there. The church should have came out and told us, address the press on how everything went, and mention the names of members that were killed and those that are injured, that are taking treatment in hospital. So that church have important role to play in telling us the truth. We cannot hear the total truth from the government, because the government, they want to, package the news. They want to make sure that for one reason they will call it for security reason. We don't want to we don't want to reveal everything. But that church must stand firm, must speak for the truth. I mean, for the people, and speak the truth out to the world to know.
And to be sincere, a church as big as that,
yes,
I doubt it if they have a CCTV, maybe in the church or outside the church, to be able to monitor or to be able to see the faces of those terrorists.
Of those people.
I doubt it. Because nobody ever mentioned anything that, oh, yeah, we have CCTV, so we can. Nobody. Even when they were talking to the priest, when Tinubu got there, and when Oshibajo was also there, nobody mentioned anything like CCTV, which means they possibly didn't have anything. And the churches
problem
are
with
rich.
us that we don't take security serious in Nigeria.
Yeah, because they never believed it will ever happen to them, especially in a sleepy town like Owo.
Yes.
So,
just two things. Is it time now that we acknowledge that we are in this situation, and all of these public spaces, they should have some sort of synergy with security systems so that there's some form of alert system when an incident is happening? Because those people, it would have taken a good at least an hour for them to do everything and then to effect their escape. So this is not something that happened in 2-3 minutes. So should there have been some sort of alert system in places like that? Because we know the situation we're in, and if they were able to alert to some sort of security system, maybe there will be that much more of a quicker response.
Okay, what is the number? Nigeria's number to call for emergency? Do we have a number?
I think they have 199 or
something. Exactly. Nobody knows.
We don't have one. We don't have.
No,
we do.
That one is Lagos.
Not be functioning.
That one is Lagos. One man.
But the one in Lagos does function.
It function, but call them now and see if they will respond.
One more. We're talking about national, the national number, not the state one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like in America and the UK, that you can call. Do we have one in Nigeria that you can call right now?
I'm sure they have an emergency number.
We don't have it like 112 911 is what we are talking about, one man. And even if you call the police, they are running away. They will run to the supermarket and hide.
Voicemail. Their phone is always on voicemail.
Yes, no, not that. If you get the police will be running away for the bandits or for the armed robbers. You don't see what happened that time in Uromi. They are running.
Sorry, guys. They said in report, they said they didn't make calls to the police. They said they didn't make distress calls according to report.
Yeah, without call, police that are present, they run away. They are hiding.
All right. We do have. I've just checked now. We have actually quite a few emergency numbers. The Nigerian police, we have an emergency number which is 112. So we do have a number. For Latima, we have a number. We have a number for, in fact, 112 is the go-to emergency number
for Nigeria. Okay.
For Nigeria, Rapid Response Squad 122. Lagos emergency. So we have numbers. But whether they function or whether the response is there is a different.
No. It's the main issue. Don't say that. You have to work. Don't say it's a different issue.
There we go.
It doesn't work.
You call the number and say, "Do you want pizza?" Head up in Pizza Hut.
It's unfortunate because those numbers may just be there. For instance, for fire service, maybe you have one fire station for 2 local governments. So how do you want them to survive? So, well, those numbers are there, but they are not functioning. Just like there are laws in Nigeria, but they are dormant. So, yeah.
Joe, let me add one more thing real quick. Okay, we have the numbers is one thing. Do people even know the numbers and what they're for in Nigeria? You can have all those numbers. People don't even know who to call. It's a different thing entirely. So it's a different issue. That they don't even know who to call on the phone in case of emergencies in Nigeria.
Baba T. Like here in Germany, if you call 112, that is a fire service. Police will also come. If you call 110, which is for police, fire service will come. All will come. But our system is not working. That's what we are saying. Even the police that are guarding there, if they are there and something is happening, they will run away and go hide. Now they speak to more grammar.
I hope we quickly forget the way the situation is in Nigeria, especially when we are outside the country. If you have ever given birth, maybe your wife has ever given birth in Nigeria, you see the way the nurses treat them compared to when you have your wife gives birth here. So it's like 2 worlds apart. 2 worlds apart. So all those numbers, even when you call them, the way the guy will shout at you on the other side, you will be shocked. So nobody,
and then they have no vehicles. Like the police have the best vehicles in America, in Germany, in England. Their cars are the best. But in Nigeria, on Africa,
I'm not sure that we should be drawing parallel.
He's not talking of vehicle. He's talking of duty of care.
Yes.
I know, sir. I know, Johnny Coco, but together now,
consistent with the conversation.
all things be equal. So the police is not coming. They will ask you to provide, petrol. If they will tell that you have a car. I mean, please, we don't know what to do.
All right. Let Joe have the floor to land that point, because he was actually expanding on the OONI space. So Joe, the OONI, he talks tough, but enough talk.
Yeah, but talking tough, you will see, we will still be here that in the next 1 week, the whole thing will fizzle out, and life will go back as normal. That is what will happen. People will just go back as normal as long as it didn't happen to them directly. So life goes on. That is the way they see it. Let's give it 1 week. Before you know it, they forget about it. They will just go back to their political campaign. So even including the OONI of Ife and all of them, like the laughing that died recently, all of them are political.
So where do we vest hope? Where do we vest hope within the Nigerian within Nigerian space? Where do we vest hope?
That is actually the reason why I wanted to ask. I think it was to Niger, or I can't remember, or Charles, that between do people were advocating for PVC. Now, do we talk about PVC first? That is a 2023 election, or we talk about restructuring first? Because we talk about NSAS, those youth that were in NSAS before, they are all campaigning for all these political people now. So now, do we talk about restructuring first before 2023? Because without that, we don't have any hope.
In which order would you put it?
To me, though, my stand is actually to come to round table and discuss way forward. If we still need to be together, then there must be a restructuring.
Are you a Yoruba nationalist? Are you a Yoruba nationalist?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, they are.
The reason being that, the reason being that people advocate for restructuring, but they have forgotten that at any time, they can reverse the whole thing. It only needs just one military to take over. People forget quickly. No matter what we have put down, that no matter how good it can be, once some parts discover that no, we are not getting what we used to get before, they just reverse the whole thing. Take, for instance, the one Alaji from Borno State has the highest number of oil rigs
in
oil blocks.
In Demi is actually Buhari's in-law. In Demi,
can you imagine? Yeah. This is someone that does not even know where the oil is coming out from. So now, if we say let's restructure, and the restructuring has been done, and after a few years down the lane, and nothing is coming the way it used to come, they can just sponsor a military coup, and then we are back to square one. So that is why that restructuring, people don't think about it very well, that this thing can change. So to me, it should be restructuring, and then before we talk about election. But to be sincere, the best is to come around the table and discuss, because I was living in KANU. a local government headquarter to another local government headquarter. I was trekking it when I was serving, which you can never find in the South. 3 towns close to each other were different local governments. We have Gaya local government, we have Wudin local government, we have Brenekudu local government, and we have Ajingi, and all these ones are town to town, and they are all local governments. And that's how the sharing formula comes in. So I'm not seeing any hope without sitting down and talk. I don't see any hope.
Can I ask?
I think it will be getting worse, because if you listen, if you have read the report of I think IMF, they said by next year what we will be paying for subsidy and also debt service will be more than what Nigeria will be generating. So how do we survive? Or how do they survive? So
can I ask you, please, Mr. Joe, please, let me ask you a question, because you brought up some kind of sitting down together on a round table. Yeah. And if you look at previous conferences, one thing that has plagued previous conferences is the delegations to those conferences, because they come with their own agendas, right? So, and if you have the numbers from the North overwhelming you to the point where they pretty much decide what to come up with in those kind of conferences, are we not back to the same square one if they get to decide based on numbers?
If we come to round table, right, and we want to discuss whether we need to stay or not, North should not be part of the decision. It will go back to the region where they will vote. So if you look at UK,
right,
when Scotland decided that they want to go, they were the one that conducted the.
Are you talking about a referendum or a national conference?
They conducted the referendum.
Oh, because you said a conference. I was thinking it was going to be a national sit-down.
No, before there can be a referendum, there should be at least there should be a round table. Even when there is war, we know after war there will be Georgia. So people will still come together and discuss whether about their existence. So because what is going on now, I doubt it if there's any hope. Okay, and I doubt it if it will be getting better. I'm not a prophet of doom, but with what I have seen, I live in Nigeria for a long time before I moved down here, and I know.
Do you think a referendum? Sorry, Joe. Do you think a referendum can be supervised by the federal space, or should it be internationally supervised?
It will not be done by INEC, because if INEC should do it, it will not work. Definitely,
will just write something again.
They cannot do that.
That's my worry, because look at the previous, like even beyond the referendum, just a confab, like a sit down. They have the numbers to look at the previous confabs that they've had in the past, where they get to override issues based on their, if they're not comfortable with it in the North, they just override it because they have the numbers. So it's my concern. I like what you're saying, Mr. Joe. I like what you're saying, but I'm just saying that based on the previous confabs we've had in Nigeria.
That is the reason why I think Charles or so said, the South has had more power than the North. And I was wondering that, are we not shooting ourselves on the foot? We are talking about, they have ruled for over 41 years. 41 years since 1960. Why are we now taking out military? Military were the one that destroyed the whole thing. Lagos State had 20 local governments, the same thing as Kano State. Then, before you know it, Jigawa was taken out of Kano State. Kano State now have 44 local governments. Jigawa has 27 local governments, making the old Kano State 71 local governments. Remember, they were 2020. Lagos and Kano were 2020. So, but now you have 71 local governments for the old Kano. And if you go to that Kano, anybody that have been to the north, you realize that the only populated place is just Kano Municipal. That is Sabongeri area, all those areas. All other villages, they are just like villages. So, and they are all local. Like in Gaya local government, they have only 2 transformers there. One in Gaya, the governor, the former governor, Gaya, is in Senate now. He has one in his house, and the other one is in the city center. That everybody. So just 2 transformers.
So where are those votes? 1.5 million, 1.9 million. Where are they coming from?
It's the goats and the sheep now.
If you want to sign anything in the local government, you only come on Thursday when they are going to share the money. That is the only time. If you miss that, then you wait till next month, because all of them must have gone to Kano City. So,
all right, thank you, Joe. So thank you, Joe. I want to take that OONI narrative to Ajanle Koko and Baba Akure and Baba. Well, I want to take it round really so that everybody gets to speak on that space. But before I take it round, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. It's the usual suspects, Alexander Gomez and Plenty Water. But Alexander Gomez kicks it off. Even before I fully started the session, he super chatted this. It says, apologies to Rational Mind. You have been vindicated. So Rational Mind, of course, telling us that he will hold his position until he's actually seen what's happened. And I was pushing him. We almost even came to blows, but apparently Rational Mind, not blows, of course, you know, we're gentlemen, but a civil disagreement, you know, a civilized disagreement. But alas, Rational Mind is right. So Plenty Water comes in. He says, to be fair, Tinubu was not a government official or aspirant to a government. To be fair, Tinubu was not a government official or aspirant to a government office during NSAS. More so, he doesn't need to announce donations with all the stories hanging around his head. So thank you for that. It really frustrates me when they go to that narrative that why didn't he come out to come and speak about it? Why should he come out to come and speak about it? In what capacity? He's a private citizen. Oh, but he went to Kano and did this, that, and the other. So what did he do to Igogon? Did he give them money? Do you know if he did not? Because, you know, all these things. Why did he not? Why did he not? We seem to escape the space that this guy is a private citizen. It's a private citizen.
He's a political leader. One man. He's a political leader.
Well,
he's a political leader in Yoruba land. He's #1 politician in Yoruba land. So when they are killing his people and he cannot say something, but when they kill people in the north, he can say something.
Okay, so does he get the credit this time around? Because he does it this time, but people are still saying it's politically motivated.
It's too late.
Is it not? Is it not?
Late is the point.
Is it not for political? Is it not trying to buy his way back home? Trying to pacify Yoruba? When the people that he pacify all these years slap him, kick him, and slap him hard. Now he's trying to pay to bribe his way back home. He thought we are not fool. We know all the tricks now. How can he look? Just forget about that man.
No, because
Yes. When you say you are Ashiwaju of, he was actually Ashiwaju of Lagos, but he harnessed the whole of Yoruba and say is the Ashiwaju of Yoruba. That's
just a title now. It's the Jagaban of Bogu.
If it's a title, it means someone from Ondo will say, this is my Ashiwaju, and you are expecting him to say something. Though it's private, I know. But just like we talk about what is this guy's name?
Abiola?
No, the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò.
Gani Adams. Yeah,
Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò is
that's
actually
Gani
Ààrẹ
Adams.
Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of Ọ̀yọ́, not Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of Yoruba, but he now say he's the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of Yoruba. That is why when things happen somewhere, they call him. That why can't he speak about to that effect? Meanwhile, it's just Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of Ọ̀yọ́. So, but well. So
you know, but do you know where Borgu is? Borgu.
Yes, I know
Borgu. Where is it?
Borgu is just above Kwara.
I think it's in Plateau State. Is it not in Plateau State?
No. Borgu.
All right.
Borgu
and do you know where the Jagaban title comes from?
Yeah, it came from that area, which means
so there it is.
The leaders of all the animals there.
Yes, the Jagaban, of Borgu. So there it is. So to be fair, Tinubu yes. I think Jojo just made that up, I'm sure. But is that what it really means?
No, it actually means the Jagaban means the head of all, like the head of all the
warriors,
nomadic, something like that.
It's a warrior head.
All right. So yeah, to be fair, Tinubu was not a government official or aspirant to a government office during NSAS. More so, he doesn't need to announce donations with all the stories hanging on his head. So a real defense of Tinubu by Plenty Water, he continues with the super chat. He says, if Adamu's story is true, did we just witness politics at its finest? Given that aspirants that agree in the background automatically are out of the race, aspirants reduced in top class fashion, I guess. So I'm not quite sure how I'm unpicking that. If Adamu's story is true, did we just witness politics at its finest? Given that aspirants that agree in the back room automatically are out of the race, aspirants reduced in top class fashion, I guess. So I guess he's sort of saying that the Northerners would have ceded that space to him to strengthen his position. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander Gomez and Plenty Water. So Ajale Koko, let me take you to that space then, because the OONI then, he speaks in just in fire-breathing fashion, but that fire is not smiting anything, only because he said the same set of words in the Igangan. So all talk, no action is something usually the babes usually say to, guys that don't come with their wallets. So is it all talk, no action from the OONI, Ajale Koko?
OONI statement is right statement in right direction. The security situation in Nigeria now is alarming, and the incident that happened on Sunday in Owo is worrisome to the entire Yorubaland. And him as the almost traditional king, a lot of Yoruba people look up to him to make statement that can rally around Yoruba people, that can bring Yoruba people together. So that statement is a clarion call statement, calling on Yoruba that yes, war is knocking on our door. And according to that report, he's having consultation with all traditional kings across Yorubaland in conjunction with the governors, so that they can come up together with a common position to fight against this war that is knocking on our door. This is the same way that Yoruba leaders, including him, stood up, worked hard before Amotekun was formed. the federal government kicked against it. They didn't want Amotekun, particularly what do you call that? That highway robber they call Attorney General Malami. He kicked hard against it, and these two, Akeredolu particularly, said, "I am a lawyer. I'm a son myself. No law can stop us from creating, from forming Amotekun." So this is the way we did it then, and we succeeded in forming Amotekun. So this time around, as OONI is calling on us, I believe Yoruba leaders across all spectrum of our society, I believe they will respond, they will come around, and they will start looking for how to fight against and prevent reoccurrence of this. So we don't have to look at the statement as just purely political. I believe he's concerned. A lot of people are concerned about this thing, this attack. This is not the first time. The one for Igogon was very, very bad back then too. So OONI has acted well, and I hope that all leaders of at all levels in Yorubaland, political leader, traditional leader, and business leaders, I think they will start coming together to see what they can do. And let me tell you, when Yoruba stand up for a particular cause, they will achieve it. That is who we are. When Yoruba stand up for a particular cause, stand up together, nobody can stop them. Nobody can stop Yoruba. When Yoruba stand up for one thing together, because they will pursue it vigorously and with all, technicalities, the law technicalities and everything, to pursue it to a logical conclusion. So I don't have no doubt that his call will bring something good for our protection, because Nigerian government has failed. Nigerian government cannot protect anybody, and that is what he made. That is in his statement. He said that we cannot continue to wait for help that can never come. They have waited patiently, but it looked like
he said they either lack the capacity or the will. That's what he said, Deone.
I believe they lack both. So we cannot continue just to wait for Nigeria. Nigerian nation cannot protect anybody. Nigerian nation has failed in all ramifications, economically, security-wise, everything. That country it has failed. It's just that it's just packaging that we are doing, but in the reality, it has failed on all fronts. So then let us deceive ourselves. So I give kudos to him, at least for speaking up, for saying the truth to power, and for saying that yes, we are ready. We're going to take action to protect ourselves. And we the people have responsibility too, to keep, to put pressure on them. Yoruba has the capacity to protect themselves. It's just that we have the boys, we have lion heart boys everywhere, but our culture is such a culture that we give so much respect to the king and the elders. We look forward to them. But when the elders speak, they said, "Oh yeah, Ajikotito." That is it. So I believe something good will come, and I commend him, one man. I commend his action.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So well put, Ajalekuko. I'm going to take that question round. I'll take it to Charles next, and then to Baba Akure, and then we'll take it to everyone. But before I do that, just a notice to the people that are new to the platform. Welcome if you are new to the platform. We do this every single day, and let me just a very, very short synopsis of the format. it's an interactive format, and it's an open microphone format. So what I usually do is we come up with the talking points, which are the subsisting top end talking points of the Nigerian political space. So we have a readout of it, and then we discuss what we're making of it. So it's essentially Nigerian politics punditry. This is what goes on. So it's an open microphone session, and the open microphone is usually this link that you see in the comment section that says StreamYard. So if you are ever inclined to come and join us, all you have to do, I post this link every single day. All you have to do is just click on that link, and you will appear on the screen just like the voices and the faces that you are seeing and hearing from here right now. So you appear like them to give your thoughts on the goings on within the Nigerian space. So that's how it works. We do it every single day, twice a day in most instances, 1:20 thereabout UK time PM, and definitely 9:35 UK time. So you can schedule yourself by it. It can be the backdrop to your day or whatever it is. So it's an everyday thing, and we will run it without missing. And that's almost categorical, but except circumstances, without missing up to the point of the election, and then the spillover after that. So schedule that. Make sure you're subscribed, and make sure you're thumbing up on the like button as well, because it's the like buttons that somebody else clicked that brought this place to your notice. So if it's to your liking what you're hearing and seeing, then click on the like button, and then click on the subscribe button as well. And then, of course, in the next session, if you feel inclined, come join us on the screen, especially if you articulate some of the voices because this is a high-end sort of a platform, unfortunately and fortunately as well. I say unfortunately because we don't get the traffic, because some of the language sometimes can be somewhat too aloof, to put it in that manner. But the conversation is not necessarily meant to be like that. It is everybody come, but with real function. You have to be very substantial in how you want to engage with it. So no pedestrian thoughts, no lazy ideas, but really like the chap that came earlier, that came up with that concept of actually getting an alert from the government on how money has been spent. And I pushed him that, where have you ever seen that from? And then when he doubled down and explained, it made infinite sense. So that level of quality of persons is the sort of engagement that you get in this space. So if that is your diet, then this is where to come to. 9:35 UK time PM every single day, and 1:20-ish UK time every single day as well. So that is it. So that's what we're doing. So Charles, if you're still there, I'm sure you heard me read out the OONI space. So if you want to share thoughts on that, let's hear from you, Charles.
Sorry, can you just read out the OONI space again?
I've done it twice, but I'll just give you a brief summary of it. So what the OONI is saying essentially is speaking to the Owo space, but what the OONI is saying, there are three standards to what he said. He said firstly that this is unacceptable and it must never happen again. He said the Yoruba land has the capacity to defend itself, and then he said that the authorities that be, both local and federal, should live to their oath of office to protect the lives and properties of people. And he cited that it's almost, in fact, it is to the day what happened in Igangan, where this same element went and killed in the dead of night. So exactly a year after that incident in Igangan, this repeats again. And Dione is saying that this has to be that last stop of this and no more. And if actions continue in this manner, the Yoruba space will take matters into their hands. So fighting talk from the OONI, but we've heard him talk like that before. So all of that, just a short something on that, Charles.
Okay. Yeah. So I think it's just blabbing, like the rest of other politicians, governors, and the rest of them. Truth of the matter is, the system, Nigeria, the way as it is, it favors all politicians, both the kings, both the chiefs, governors. They all thrive from the system being the way it is. If you look at the status of things, merging of the South, North together, coming together, having a centralized system that benefits just a few people. And they've been thriving on that, being corrupt and everything. with time, a lot of values have been eroded. People, political apathy, even people don't even know what governance is all about. They've divided the country into ethnic and regional politics. Even if you ask any average Nigerian, so you are voting for this person, why? Basically, it's only based on he's my brother, he's my Yoruba man. A lot of people just take satisfaction that, okay, a Yoruba man is there, an Igbo man is there. They don't really care if you steal money or not. They will go to just enter the office and do what you want. They don't have anything to offer anybody. And the country isn't just right. Whether Osibanjo takes it, whether Obi takes it, it's still going to be the same problem. And I think all of them are all part of that corrupt system, even the OONI. The problem with Nigeria is that when all these guys, key statesmen, enter this agreement of running the country as a business, they did not expect why the south and the eastern parts of the country, to some extent, have a bit of literacy there. The government does not help, but we're a bit more educated to find ways of, even if the government is not helping, we know how to handle our affairs. We have this ingenuity spirit to hustle, fend for ourselves, go into IT and things like that. The North, on the other hand, they just take the money, have a very uneducated population. And the problem arose because while the South and the East, to some extent, have a very young populace who are highly educated, the North, on the other hand, was just filled of illiterates. The end result of this thing was that
that's a sweeping statement, though, Charles. That's a sweeping.
No, okay, sorry. Okay, no, sorry. But
maybe the North, maybe the South is more educated than the North.
Yeah,
but there's a strong complement of educated people in the North as well.
I understand.
Yeah.
So the point is, if we look at the trend, you've seen what happened was that due to that gap, literacy gap, you find the North that problems became our problems. You find these Northerners coming, encroaching into the South for greener pastures because the government the whole North is just useless, to be honest, in terms of fending for its people. And their problems, they didn't know this was going to happen. Their problems at one point in time became our problems. Yes, they entered this political agreement of chop by chop and everything, but they did not think that the North would come to an extent that to start eroding into the South and the East. And this is where they had a problem. Yes, there's banditry and everything, and the North is in their own part it's like more or less like saying, after all, this is Nigeria now. All of us have been in this thing together now. So why is it now that my people are coming into your this thing? You're saying open grazing and things like that. And I just feel the only way out of this mess, in all seriousness, is if we really go into core independent regional government. As long as that structure is in place, that centralized structure.
Are you talking about a confederation?
Yes, a confederation with a central government that doesn't have that much power, just more or less like a figurehead, but we have regions being in charge. Until we do that, we would never go anywhere. Let's be honest about it. Even the whole Osibanjo, Obi, we know how everything will play out. We are just driven by ethnic sentiments. We know, okay, it's a Yoruba, you will go there, but the manifesto, the plans, nothing. I don't even know anything about their plans. Even Obi, I'm an Igbo person. I don't know I know he's not going to, there's really nothing he can offer anybody. The country is in a mess. And I think the OONI is just, it's just part of the script. Make them feel at home, make them feel as if we're in control and things like that. At the end of the day, it will be swept under the table. Nigerians will go as, I think we as a people, I think we've not reached our breaking point. I don't think the average Nigerian has a breaking point. I used to make a joke with my...
Nigerians have capacity for suffering, no? I don't think there's a human being in the world that can suffer like a Nigerian.
We don't have it. I used to say, before this incident happened, no, I used to tell my friends that, you know what, kill the firstborn of every Nigerian, nothing will happen. They won't do anything. But nothing will happen. we are just, as a people, we are our own problems. I think we are just, and that's why these people take us for granted. They can do and undo. You can imagine, that's why you see that kind of incident happening, and you see governors dining and why they don't even care. And the average Nigerian does not even care. As a matter of fact, you know what? When I saw that video of them whining and dining, there's none of them that I can vote for. Yomi Osibanjo, Buhari, I don't care. They're all the same. It just shows that all of them are just part of the same circle. They think alike. They're the same. They have the same views of the Nigerian people, and they don't just care. But I think the OONI of Ife is just a political actor, as far as I'm concerned. He's making those statements, but he's not really sincere about his goal to actually do anything about the banditry.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, sadly, you're probably not far from the truth. Not far from the truth, but do you concur with Charles's view about Babakure? So the OONI of Ife comes out talking tough, but Charles is suggesting that it is the event that actually forced that comment rather than it being heartfelt. Your thoughts, Babakure?
Thank you very much for having me back. Anyway, I am in line with Shas, and because to start with, when the incident of Igagon happened, nothing was done. One of the the king from Ifan, Onifan of Ifan, a town close to Owo, when he was about to be kidnapped and he was trying to get away, and he was shot dead. Nothing happened. Nobody say anything about it. So we've seen a lot. Even when you were on, there was a time they attacked some king in Ogun State. Bandit attacked some kings in Ogun State. Even in Ekiti State, nothing happened. So now the incident of or what happened now, then the king came out and make a statement. Well, that's good. One of the things that I still want to believe out of what he said is that we cannot be overrun. And I think Ajan Lekoko also in support of that. But for us not to be overrun, I think we have to come together and realize that this is a war against us, and like the so-called of Yorubaland, as the way he has suggested for over a year now, that these people, they are in our bushes. Even Sunday Igboho even mentioned that. Now, because we still go back to all this that have been said, that we cannot shy away from it. These people have been saying this for a very long time. Do they take them on? Absolutely not. But now, bam, they want to know it what happened now. We just pray that, I think it was maybe in CBD said that, we just pray that it doesn't escalate to other part of the country, maybe like Ondo town, or even my own town, or going to like Ekiti State. We do hope that we didn't experience that again. But before we experience that, I think we have to come together right now. They should give each community, like OONI said, I think they should have a very serious meeting with all the kings in Yorubaland. This is not an issue of government right now. This is not an issue of Hausa or Fulani, but for you to defend your territory. I think it is high time we come together, particularly the king, all the kings come together and they reach consensus. Okay, this is what we have to do. There are still a lot of traditional ways that they can do things. I know that my brother Joe mentioned that do you want to do something in front of AK-47, where things like Yoruba still know what they know, and they still have people that know what we're talking about. When you're talking about issue of using a traditional way, we've seen how, or we have heard how during one military operation where some community, there's something they always put on the road when somebody is trying to cross on that, and they will know what happened. So things like that still exist anyway, but it's just that I don't know if there is any will of doing that. So on his statement, part of it is good, and part of it is doesn't really move me, because we saw this incident happen in Gagan. We saw how King has been kidnapped, even eventually killed, and nothing came out of it. But this one happened, and he made a statement that we cannot overrun. That is right, but I do hope they come together and find a common ground to contain this menace. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Baba Kure. So well put, Baba Kure. So let's sample other thoughts, other opinions of that on that space as well. In CBD, are you still there? All right. We don't have in CBD, but let's go to Baba T just as soon as he gets over his coughing fit. So, Baba T, your thoughts on his words?
Okay. I want us to understand something about the Yoruba people. As of now, we don't have a Yoruba Council of Kings, unknown to many people. That does not exist. So everybody just stays on their own lane for now. I think so. That's one of the problems he's having to deal with. So they have that internal discourse as well. But to him, I don't. One thing about the king, respectfully, is that I don't think he understands his role as a spiritual leader of the Yoruba race. I've noticed that the way he carries himself, I don't think he understands the enormity of the title he carries. And over the years, the way, I mean, I know it's a little bit small, but the way he treated Showore, for instance, almost gassing the guy in the palace. That was sad.
Did you not find Showore somewhat rude in his manner? It didn't prostrate to the OONI.
I know, but you don't respond with tear gassing and delaying him for 3-4 hours. I didn't like that approach. But it's the way he carries himself. He goes to every party. He's hanging out with people in their house, in their homes. I'm like, you're the OONI of Ife, for God's sake. You don't see the Queen of England hanging around every party. I don't feel comfortable with him behaving that. But when
just as an aside, sorry, Babati, I keep interjecting you. Yes, as an aside, what are you making of his lack of capacity to hold on to a wife? Yeah, I think it's 40 something, and it's about 4 or 5 wives in.
Yeah, he has, as a king, he has some kind of spiritual thing going on, because that is not normal for a king. A king usually attracts too many wives that he has to shed off some of them. That is the typical Yoruba king. Mm-hmm. Many women want to be with you to the point where you will be the one chasing them away not to come around. So for him to be in the opposite direction means that there's something spiritual going on. Don't let me shed too much light on it, but I've heard some few things, but he has something spiritual that he has to resolve. Mm-hmm. But that goes to the point you mentioned earlier, that when you're a political king and you were not and you don't do the right things, you tend to have issues like that. So I think he has some other spiritual issues going on, because it's kind of unusual for OONI of Ife to be having those kind of issues. I mean, every woman would want to be your wife. That's always been tradition. So you shouldn't be having issues with that. So he has something going on. But when he says that we're gonna do something about it, he has to be specific to exactly what he's gonna do, because it's been a year, like Akure said, it's been a year since we had the Ngogo incident, and what was done about it. The first-class king was killed, and you being the spiritual head of the Yoruba tribe, I've yet to see anything concrete that you've done. And even Sunday Buddha that was trying to do something, what did you do? I can tell you that he had a hand, or at least he influenced that attack on him. because
no, you can't. Okay,
no, because remember, it was a few days after he went to Abuja that happened. Remember,
Right.
Sunday Igboho abused him on that recording that came that was leaked online, and that was the same week he went to Abuja, and he said it with his own mouth that the reason he went to Abuja was because of Sunday Igboho. That was why the Buhari called him and he said he offended me, but I've forgiven him. So you shouldn't put yourself in that role. I didn't like the way, but it's just not. It's not the typical Yoruba king. The way he behaved, and I refuse to be that because of his youth. That's not why I don't like the way he carries himself as an officer. So, but back to the security issue, I don't know what exactly he's planning to do because he's a spiritual head. We could have asked the new king in Ibadan, or their life would be more, more in the position to do more with our Ganiwa dance, because that one answers to him, not Johnny. So they have to figure out something, but I don't know what exactly he's planning to do. But he has to come and explain to us what the plans are, because we can't continue this way. But him being the king, I've not been pleased so far. It's been a disappointing OONI, because he does not know his role at all. He does not know his functions at all.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Babati. So let's go on from you, Babati. Let's take in new voices that have just joining us for the first time. 2 new voices coming up. And can I encourage anybody that is comfortable to have their cameras on, have it on for the aesthetics of the space? People like to see our faces matching voices. But let's go to Moses first. So Moses, let's take your soundings on the conversations you've heard so far. So Moses, let's hear from you.
Yes, I greet you all in the house. My name is Moses. I believe you people are hearing me clear and clear, because my camera have a little problem.
Yes, we can hear you. Carry on.
My just contribution about the topic you discuss about the OONI and the Yoruba issue attacking on Owo. And the problem we have in our country generally is about ethnic and religion. But you see, if you look about the situation on ground now, we put sentimental on whatever we are doing, and which is not helping our country. It's not helping us at all, because if you look now, before we have a president which came from Yoruba during the Obasanjo and something like that, and we know the role Obasanjo played about Nigeria. But really, Obasanjo is not a perfect man, not because Obasanjo is from Yoruba and trying to support him or something like that. But no one is perfect. He tried to bring Nigerians together. If you look the way he presented in minister and the people that work with him, those pastors, those intelligent people that he brought from overseas to come and run the government with him, you understand that he tried to make Nigeria as one. But if you go to Yaradua, Yaradua didn't have enough time to perform for we as Nigeria to discover Yaradua, or what ability or what the system have for us. But unfortunately, he left. And if you go to Jonathan regime, Jonathan regime, everybody were very, very happy to have Jonathan on the system. But at the end of the day, Jonathan really fuck up, because Jonathan is
no, mind the language though, but carry on.
I'm sorry to say. But if you look, the problem we have now is the regime of the former political party. I'm sorry to say. But now we believe when this regime came in, we believe, he's going to do this, go to fight security for us, because he's a ex-military man, because of the record he has in the back, and a disciplined man, military man, something like that. But unfortunately for us,
is this the biggest mistake we have ever made as a country, Buhari?
For me, it's a big mistake. It's the biggest mistake Nigeria ever made, because the problem we have is ethnic and religion. That's the problem We have, because we don't go for the best. And if you want to go for the best, you have to be pure. Working now, for example, now I wanted to do elections. Some people are paying a big money, 100 million for form, for ordinary form. When they get there, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? They can't do anything because the system is wrong. And now, for example, the problem we have is the constitution. If you want to deal with Nigeria, if you want better for Nigeria, if you want Nigeria to be improved, want Nigeria to be a good country to be reckoned with, we have to go for the constitution.
All right.
We have to work on our constitution, then we can know where we are going to. But with this constitution, Nigeria can never move forward. I'm sorry to say. Because the system is not right. But if you are talking about this, about the Ooni of Ife, it's talking about what Yoruba can do. Yes, Yoruba can do a lot. If you talk about intelligence, about the pen, the brain, the traditional.
Well, we are very good at. I've been a Yoruba man as well. That's why I say we are very good at chest beating. Though we can do a lot, we can do a lot. So let's do it and stop saying we can. You know,
yes,
we talk a good game in Yoruba land. If we talk the game, we'll win the World Cup. But when we get to the field, we lose at round one.
Yes, one man show. You're right. But you know, as a Yoruba, we don't pass our header. We wait for our header to make decisions.
Maybe it's time for us to clear the. Anyway, I don't know, but you know. Yes, we are getting frustrated, though, I have to say, because we are, all this talk. We are getting frustrated.
Yes, when
we are Yoruba, we have charms, we have brain, we have this, we have that. Where is it? They are killing us. Where is it? All this jump. Where is the?
We know Yoruba don't just take steps just like that. You are Yoruba. If you say you are Yoruba, you know what Yoruba can do. You know the heritage of Yoruba. You know Yoruba, we respect.
Yeah, we're good at storytelling now. We days gone by, glorifying days gone by. Where is the Ija now? Where is the fight?
You know one thing about Yoruba, because we as a Yoruba, we accommodate, we are love kind people. If you check among all the tribe in Nigeria, the tribe that accommodate people, they don't care then about religion, either you are a Christian, either you are a Muslim, either you are traditional. They work together, they live together. Because like for me, my wife is a Muslim, I'm a Christian. You understand what I'm saying? My wife is a Muslim, I'm a Christian. My daughter is practicing Muslim way, I don't care. But Sunderland is changed to Christian school. I don't care. Because that's what's Yoruba for you. Can they do that in the north? Can they do that in the east? I'm asking you. I want someone to answer me.
No is the answer. You know the answer.
The answer is that Yoruba is a different tribe entirely. Yoruba accommodate.
If they do that in the north, they will give honor killing. Honor. They will buy their daughter and then they will drink tea.
So because as I'm talking to you now, I'm in UAE, United Arab Emirates. I'm in Dubai. You understand what I'm saying? Many people have challenged me. How come I'm a Christian, my wife is a Muslim? Say it cannot happen in UAE. In Arab land, it cannot happen. Either my wife is a Christian, the husband is a Muslim. I said, but in my own tribe in Nigeria, as a Yoruba man, we don't care. Either you are Alaja, you are a pastor, or you are Alaji, or you are this. We don't care. That's our own tradition.
Is your wife a practicing Muslim?
It's a pure one. If you want I want to show you my wife picture. It's a pure one. He went to Arabic school. He know how to. He read Quran.
And she was allowed to marry outside of her faith.
Yeah, because it's allowed. Because in the beginning, it's not easy. In the beginning, it's not easy. But at the end of the day, we have to compromise both the family, from my own family and from our own family also. So
you're also considered a Muslim. Do you know that?
Yes.
You are considered a Muslim. Do you know why?
Why?
Because in that faith, everybody is considered to be, every human being on the planet the Muslim faith considers you to be a Muslim. So when if somebody joins Islam, they don't call you a convert, they call you a revert. So they've said you've gone astray and then you've reverted to your original being. So they don't have the concept of somebody being converted to Islam. They call it a revert. So really we are all Muslims, we don't even know it. Look at that. I say to Mallam Jude Michael and Sheikh Ajay Lokoko and all of that, you know. But that's the thing.
So as I was saying, our problem, because we cannot continue like this. Like what happened in our war is very unfortunate. I cannot look the video. I cannot.
No, don't watch. If you haven't seen it, don't watch it.
No, I've watched it, but I just remove my mind. I remove my mind from it because it's a serious issue.
Moses, there are two tapes. So did you watch both tapes or just one?
I watched one. The one the guy one is shouting like Allah Akbar, and the one is shouting
Don't watch the other one. The other one you literally see people's body blown up. The one with the suicide.
All right, that's a bit too graphic.
You know the problem. The problem we have. The problem we have in our system is community police. We need community police.
Thank you.
Because what I'm saying is that I was born in Lagos. My father brought me to the village in Ogun State to come and know my people. From there, I need to associate with the people, the indigenous people that are made there, that are my family. We need to go to the bush for adventurer, for bushmeat adventurer. You understand?
Hold on. Let's round off in a few sentences. Okay. Then I want to hear from Jude because I want to start to round off. But land your point. Yeah.
Okay. Through that system, I know all the terrain. I know the terrain in and out of my local government. So if you have community police, it will help a lot. It will help a lot.
All right, brilliant. Well put. And that's a why that. Sorry, Babati. I was just waiting for him to land, so I didn't want you to push him even further ahead. So sorry about that. So, but let's go on to Jude. Good to meet you, Moses, and hopefully you. And by the way, before we go to Jude, everybody that is here now, make sure you are available tomorrow because tomorrow is going to be decision day for the APC, and we're going to dissect it step by step. So I think Babati is a surgeon, so you bring your whatever it is, those little cutlery type things.
No, because I'm for infectious disease. So I do.
Yeah, don't worry. Just bring whatever it is that you use in surgery. So you are the surgeon. So you bring what
Nigeria special disease now.
All right. So you just bring everything and then we'll dissect it. But let's hear from Jude. So Jude, good to meet you as well. So hopefully you've been listening. We've covered a vast swathe of topics, but which one especially interests you? I suspect you might want to speak to Adamu and his wayward ways. But if it's the OONI that tickles you, whichever one, good to meet you, Jude. So that's Jude.
Yeah, good to meet you too. And I thank everyone that is on this forum. You know, I'm actually at work right now, and I'm a nurse. I'm working. I'm in the office. So I was going through the internet, and I saw this, and I think the topic is brilliant. You know, I like talking about politics, especially when it concerns to Nigeria. The point there is that I have to commiserate with the people of OWO that lost people. Over 50 people were shot. And I can say that it affects everybody because if you check the dead, it's all Nigerians are involved there, you know. And I have to say, you know, condolences, send my condolences to all the victims and their families. You know, it's a very sad day. But the thing is that all these political talks here and there, we have been hearing that for all the time. You see, we have been hearing that. The problem with Nigeria is that the government The government don't want Nigeria to be good. If they don't want Nigeria to work, they know exactly what to do. And what they should do is to first restructure Nigeria. Because the way Nigeria is being structured is not working. Everybody knows that. But it favors some people, and those people are the ones in power. When you are in power, you enjoy it. When you're out of power, you start to complain like everybody else. But if we could have some group of people who will just say enough is enough. Let's restructure this. Whatever happened to it, let it be. But they are so much afraid to touch that area because they don't know what it will become. They know what they're having now, which they're enjoying, you know, and they don't know what they will get. But if they can borrow a leaf from other countries that are practicing the same, like America, like UAE, and other like Switzerland, is working for them. That means it's going to work for us. They should put tribalism aside, because when Nigeria is being restructured, we don't need all this, you know, to fight for the crumbs. All the regions will develop according to their pace. You see, so we still have to maintain the center, and the center will not be as powerful as it is today. I think that if we could be able to do that, Nigeria will work fine for everybody. Not all these killings, because all these killings come from somewhere. Some people's ideology, they put their ideology on the doctrines of their ideology on other people, and those people don't understand why they are even sent to go and kill. They think maybe they are going to kill for their God or whatever they're killing for. But actually, it's not. Some people are taking advantage of them because they're not uneducated. That's why you see most of these killers coming from the north. Now it's too much for them. They send them everywhere, the whole country, to start killing. You see, so it's a big problem now. Unless Nigeria is structured, I'm sorry to say that nothing will work. Nigeria will collapse at a point, because everybody is coming to a point where people have got enough. Enough is enough. Ordinary people, not politicians, and all these political leaders, because they are all in the same room together. They're partying together. It's ordinary people who are being killed every day. People have. I can see anybody I talk to they're afraid. Either they're afraid or they say enough is enough. Something has to be done. Some people have taken it upon themselves and say, if they will die today, let them die. They don't care anymore. So that's where I can see even what is happening in this convention now, how APC is pushing around and trying to choose a northern candidate again. This kind of things is unfair. It's going to destroy this country even further. But let's watch out how it will be. But for me, I don't think Nigeria will survive for too long. I don't know if I'm being heard, but
you are being heard. We are all listening in.
We're enjoying your talk, so we just
okay. If you give me 1 minute, let me round up, please. Yes. So the thing is that the point is that Nigeria must have to be restructured, or else Nigeria will break. I'm sure. I don't know how long it might take, but people are getting too enough. Because if you see all these killings, it don't used to be like that. This is the first time people are being killed, even in their where they worship. Where else? Where is next? Maybe the next one will be at a congregation church. Maybe the next will be can be anywhere. You see, before it was in the north, and people are saying, "Oh, I knew that time that it will spread because this ideology." The ideology, and they make, they mix it with political undertone. You see, so it's confusing. It's very complicated, and people must be wary of where we're going, and stop making all this political talk, giving people false hope, because it's not going to help us. One, it had happened in Igogo. What happened? It had happened in the Middle Belt. People forget easily. I remember one Christmas they killed around 80 people. They just forget like that. It happened in Agogo. It happened in Southeast. It happened everywhere. It wouldn't take time. People just forget. We are used to, Nigeria have become immune to suffering. So in 2 days, they have this at over now. 2 days, people will start talking about it. You will be like, oh, you see. So let's just continue, and we continue to pray that some good people might, arise one day and say enough is enough. Thank you very much, and I will join tomorrow again because it's a very interesting topic you guys are putting up. I have to thank you all for listening, and let me continue listening to the others too. Thank you very much.
Sorry, please.
Yeah, go on.
Let me thank Jude. Let me thank you especially. You say you're a nurse, right? Can you put your mic on, please? One man, please. This is very important.
Yes.
Oh, what floor do you work? What areas?
I'm in psychiatric ward. I'm actually in the office.
The stress level.
Are you UK based?
What? No, I'm in Denmark.
All right.
Okay.
My wife is a psychiatric nurse as well, but
okay.
She had a first class. I have to tell you that. But
oh my God.
Let me thank Jude. Let me thank Jude for being a nurse during COVID, for what you guys did. It was a tough. People in healthcare, we know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we get rewarded for that because
but I appreciate you. God bless you for what you do, man. God bless you.
Bless you too, my brother. All right.
All right, well put. So and that's on behalf of all of us. You are saving lives, literally. And they are killing people. You are saving lives. So
we are trying our best.
So you the hero. You're the hero.
Everybody's the hero.
Yes. But thank you, Jude. Good to meet you. And stay with us. We do it every day, 9:35 UK time. I'm not sure what your timeline is, but 9:35 UK time.
Now it's way 3 o'clock in the mid.
Oh, okay. We're 2 o'clock here, so we're just an hour cousin there.
Yes, I will try to join tomorrow. Actually.
All right, brilliant. Good to meet you. So good to meet you, and thank you, gentlemen. So what we usually do, Jude, and I think Moses is still with us. What we usually do at the end of the session is we then give a small 1-2 minute window, but not a long extended, for people to have their closing remarks. So. And of course, we always land on one name and one name only, which is the mighty Ajanle Koko. And when he's giving his remarks, you know why he always has the final word. But we start to take up the closing remarks now, and we kick that off with Nsibidi, if he's still with us. Nsibidi, are you still there? Yes. Okay. I think we've lost Nsibidi for the day. So thank you for joining us, Nsibidi. Just to flash him up, Nsibidi support Peter Obi for president. So you know what his politics is. So thank you, Nsibidi. From Nsibidi, let's go to Baba Akure. Baba Akure, you know the routine.
Thank you very much. It is even good that you called me right now, because I'm about to go on my bed. Anyway, what happened yesterday? Let me start with what happened yesterday. It was a very sad day. Even up to now, we are still saddened about the incident that happened in Owo, Ondo State. And we might be here talking about, this is the person that is going to get political, the ticket for APC. But the most important thing is that I think we in the southern part of Nigeria should be very united right now. Number one, for these security challenges that we are facing, because right now this is going over and over and over. It has gone to our come to our doorstep right now. So we need you to unite. It's not even an issue of Yoruba side alone right now. So the South needs to unite and fight this menace, and we combine our, joint hand to hand, and see how we can get ourselves away from these people. If Nigeria is not working, if northern Nigeria want to hold the presidency, that's okay. Well, we just have to find our way of getting out of this of the shithole, like Trump said. because it is getting barbaric every single day. It is one bad news to another. There is no single day you hear about anything about, I mean, any good news. Is it that you hear they stole some $90 billion? Is that you, or 90 billion naira, or somebody just sit in the office and just take that money and nothing happened? Nobody is going to take anybody to court. Even when they take them to court, they still free them and they welcome them with talking drum and stuff like that. So I think we need to get rid of all these things if we want Nigeria to work, where restructure the place and let everybody carry their own cross. If not, let pass our way. And for Asiwaju Tinubu, it is very sad that they won him anyway, but he never yielded to that warning. So that is my and you that you may be here, you may be watching me and see me eventually. If the ticket come to the south, or maybe eventually we all agree that okay, we are going to vote for Peter Obi, and I do hope you are not going to collect 5,000 naira to sell your life again, because that is what a lot of people did. I'm very sorry with what happened yesterday. Some of those people that died yesterday, now we will see some of them collected 2,000 naira during election. There's no doubt, because they just collect this. If I don't collect it, they will just take the money. They will get there. Just vote for your conscience. It doesn't really matter self. If you want to vote for Lawan, that is your own choice from your own mind, but you don't collect money. So collecting money, 2,000, 5,000, that is the repercussion of what we are seeing today. It is part of it. So good night, everybody.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Baba Akure. So well put. So that's Baba Akure then with his parting words. So Baba Akure is one of the regulars on this platform. So if you delight in hearing from Baba Akure, then he'll meet you here, same time, same place. So that's Baba Akure. Thank you. So from Baba Akure, let's go to Tony. Tony, your closing words.
Yeah, thank you. So I was waiting for you to ask me about the OONI. So I want to beg everybody here, especially Babati, whoever, that OONI's stand is very good right now. So we have to give him the benefit of doubt, that he's going to do something for us, because we have been waiting for this type of opportunity. I'll be soliciting for that OONI or that the Oba or the Oba Benin should speak out. Now that the OONI have done that, kudos to him. So it's left for us now to support him, and then at the Dominanace, we did there. The Edo Delta people did there, because we not get anybody to speak for us right now. They are killing us also there. So don't forget. So we have to be inclusive in any security arrangement. Try to approach all our traditional rulers there. Probably also in Kogi State. All this zone. So and then to Joe, I'm very happy to have you, speak your mind here tonight, because you just spoke. You are now part of my, you are now my partner, in this platform, because you kind of represent all what I represent here. Like the country cannot function, and then we have to separate. Just peacefully, without no fight. Let us separate ourselves. Then to my brother Moses Kabo, say. As I say, you come from Ogun State. So we just can't imagine. Say that if we go to Djibouti now, we go play. Then between Djibouti and the Djibouti, like from Ogbogo Bush, we enter there to go play, go boss up for free to see for I go or we go cross the Djibouti, we not fear it again. Then all to Dobolu. So it's very bad. All those bush where would they play? Back of all this, I don't know the college. All those streams there where would they go watch close they play? We not fear there again because of these people. So let us separate the country, peacefully. Thank you, sir. Right, everybody, thumb up, like. I will check out now whether I don't. I know that they say, Tony, come in, but I don't come in now. Okay, all right, sir. Good night, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So that was Tony. So from Tony, let's go on to. Sorry, let me remove this from the screen. So let's go to. Let's actually come to you, Jude. So you can go about your day. So closing remarks, final words from you, Jude.
So thank you very much for giving this opportunity again. I have to ask, plead with all our southern brothers that, this is not a joke. We all have to come together, forget our differences and just come together and to have a very good plan, a way out, because this is serious. And these people, they are not stopping. They are inside our bushes. This is not just to be politically correct. They are inside, they are ready, and they mean business. It doesn't matter who is there, even if it's our own person. The person cannot do, as long as our constitution is still the same, the way it is, he cannot do much. And anything he tries to do, he will try to play by the book so that the country will not break in his or her hands. So, but we as individuals who are facing the bullet, we must have to come together, forget our tribal differences, work together and protect each other. And for those our politicians, please, you have to remember that people, you are being elected to, represent the people, and the people are suffering. We Nigerians have suffered enough. Please, you guys must please do something that you can even be proud of yourself, because you know what is good. Forget about these money bags and all these things, the corruption that is there. We know that everybody have conscience, and you have to. Please, let us be one another's brother's keeper. We don't want the country to break, in war, because war is not good for anybody. I always say that everybody will be at loss if it comes to that, but nobody is a coward. If it comes to that, people will fight, but that's not what people pray for. So I thank you, everybody that have been here today, and I hope to see you tomorrow again. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's Jude. So we discover talents here, and who more talented than Jude? I mean, you heard him. I don't have to expand. And somebody you also heard from for the first time. So Moses, we're taking closing remarks.
Yes. For me, as the situation we are now, I'm not sure that we are going to be together for long, because killing here and there is not part of our blood in Southwest and some Southeast and South. But I believe in the North. Maybe they believe killing people is justified. But for me, about election, people taking money before they can vote, it's not helping matter at all. And then people, they're paying huge amount of money to get form because they want to be in position. It's not helping also. So we need to do something about it. If we really want to be together as a nation, if you cannot be together as a nation, everybody can go away. Like my brother said about Jebubu, this and that. I know what he's talking about. I know all those terrain because I school in Agorwe, and I'm from Ogun State in Remo. I know all those terrain, and I travel a lot. I stay in Benin. I know all the part of Edo State, from the north to the south of Edo. I know everywhere. So, but for now, you cannot be proud that you wanted to travel by road. You cannot be proud you wanted to go to Abuja by road. So you cannot be proud you wanted to go by train from Lagos to Kano or to Kaduna. It's very unfortunate. So we cannot continue like this. If it's going to be continue like this, that killing here and there, I'm not sure the country is going to be a better place for us. But for me, I just believe something is going to happen, because if somebody cannot fight for us, like our leader or our authority cannot fight for us, so definitely we are going to fight for ourselves one day. So that's my contribution. Thank you for welcoming.
All right. Thank you, Moses. So do join us again anytime you are opportune. So thank you, Moses. From Moses, let's go on to data solutions. So let's hear from data solutions. Apologies, data solutions, but you've come in just at the closing phase. But in this phase, we only give like a 2-3 minute window for you just to have an uninterrupted say to the space. So let's hear from you. But Ajale Koko, have a look in the private chat as we hear from data solutions.
Thank you, everyone, for nice discussion and everything. So now there's nothing that can be enemy of a man that when you decided to live in said denial, you know the truth, but you don't want to follow the truth, you keep denying. Where are the cows? Now, the person that are asking questions about the cows can see the cows. Even those people doubting what happened that time now, they can see it. People asking Olufalaye how he knew, how he managed to know those people that created problem, I think they can see now. You don't expect some people to have wreaked this kind of havoc and support you. Just because of your single ambitions, you have actually worked against those people that were trying to offer solution to the insecurity problem. When the likes of Gani Adams, for example, were shouting as far back as 2017, people were saying, how did he know all those things? Now you can see. Like Tortis will say that he trusts his kids, that they will never allow things to happen to them, but they will learn from what happened to others. We've seen the situation in the past struggle in Nigeria, how Awolowo wanted to get to that place. No way. We've seen how they pushed Abiola to the time they killed Abiola. No way. And someone who analyzed the type of person that Buhari is, he purely analyzed the person is, you now just because of blind ambition, selfish ambition, you threw all your weight behind him to now to enthrone him, and Nigerians are now suffering from it now, and we've all seen. And I hope it's not too late for him. He will be able to come back and support all those people that are asking for the right thing instead of restructuring. Only God knows if there will be Nigeria in 2023, because when CIA were predicting, oh, this will happen to Nigeria, you say, no, how do they know? You don't talk to those people that have intelligence. You don't talk to people that can have data to stand by whatever they are saying, that Nigeria will be like this at this point. We may be saying we are not at war. Let's say we are not at war. The thing is that we are in a kind of war that is only one session. It's only one session that is waging war against others. Others are not retaliating. If you think Nigeria is not, it's not the worst situation today, we are just denying ourselves. How do you prove a country that is the worst situation? For those people that are supporting this leader, you better support your life. Supporting some leaders because of selfish ambition, you are just putting your life at own risk. Use your senses now, disembark, move away from this leader that only seek a self-interest, because when the bubble bursts, honestly, the next flight, they are out of the country, because some of them, they are holding foreign passports. They will get out of it, and they've already led you into trouble, and you have nowhere to fly. Now, everything you can do now, stop canvassing for all these selfish politicians. Stand up and find a way. Look at a credible leader that is ready to live out of this slavery. And it is high time we restructure the country. That is the only solution now. Don't support any idiot to power that will not do anything. So, see, supporting Tinubu, this game, you are only playing Ludo with your life. Let me tell you, they don't care about you. They only care to just mark the calendar that, oh, I came to this world, I became the president of certain this thing, and they leave you to suffer for life. So to me, let us be security conscious at this time. These guys, I think they are just starting. They are still going to do a lot more than this if they are not caught now. Yoruba will say, you see, when you see dangers ahead, it's happening somewhere, you plan your strategy how to avoid that danger, how to make sure you defend yourself against that danger. That is what we are seeing today. And I hope we learn from this. Tinubu will not become president eventually, but we supporters now join those people now fighting for self-determination. It is meant to see. You can still continue to live in denial. Good luck to you. But thank you, everyone. We hope to see you later. Please thumb up and share, because the impact of what you'll be sharing now, we can see now. I know that some people, some better strategists will come here and give us the way forward. Thank you. Kudos to you, one man. I can see your effort.
Ola, don't escape. So that's you've been hiding behind that since Bakari dropped that. You've been hiding. Don't worry. We will do next time.
I knew it was Ola all the way through. You know, but
see, Aremo,
no, I knew. I'm like, what happened to Ola?
You see, Nigeria is even beyond whether Bakari, whether Tinubu, whether
don't take that.
He's one in charge of data solution for Pantami.
All right. Good to hear from you, Ola. So good to hear from you, Ola. I knew it was Ola all the way through, but I just played along. But good to hear from you. So, Ola has so many incarnations. It comes, on this time around. But good to hear from you. So from Ola, let's go on to Babati, who has transmuted to BT Aremo. So Aremo, Obalola, let's hear from you.
All right, guys. Thank you for having me. Thank you, one man, for a great show, interesting show, a prelude. This is a prelude to the big one tomorrow, right? That the big one comes tomorrow.
Yes, everybody must be here tomorrow, definitely.
Yeah, we have to. I think we've been building, the momentum has been building. They've been teasing us, so it's been good with the numbers, by the way. Though the teasing has been good with the numbers, so it's good for the channel as well. But just to put a cap on it, let's be honest, guys, we're not ready. In the event of an invasion as the South, not the Igbos. The Igbos, they have some, they can even withstand these people to a point. But as a Yoruba man, I'm worried that we're not ready at all. And if anybody thinks that Betu and Shango Lukoso will defend them against AK-47, they must be fooling themselves. That's not going to work. So we need to figure out what we want to do. So, and somebody said earlier on this program that we should figure out a way to encourage community policing, but they have to have weapons. So find a way to force the hand of the government to at least an AR-15 or something that can counter all these idiots from Mali or wherever they come from. For Tinubu, he's toast. That is clear. I'm looking forward to his reaction. That is really why I want to come in tomorrow. I want to see his reaction. That would be the reason I'm coming, because he is the main card of APC that I'm really concerned about. Buhari betrayed everybody, not just Tinubu. He betrayed the country. He betrayed his own people. He betrayed himself. He betrayed God. If you believe in God, it's been a disappointment. And whoever is coming next is going to have a huge mess to clean off. And that will take years, 2, 3, 4 years to clean up. I'm really worried about that. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow's APC's, whatever they come up with. That will be really exciting to. One man, are you having a morning session or just afternoon session only?
I'll try and have an earlier session, but certainly the evening session guaranteed. But
right.
Yeah.
That will lead us into, so we have an idea of what so I'm looking forward to that too. I'll definitely do my research more and follow the news so that I can come back here and give more goodies to everybody here and also learn from everybody here. Thank one man so much for giving us the time and opportunity to share everything we've said today. Thank the platform. Thank everybody for showing up. Thank the panelists, everybody in the comment section. Share, like, subscribe. God bless everybody. God bless Nigeria, or the Republic, or whatever you believe. At this point, I don't even know. Whatever you believe is part of the country. God bless that too. Good night.
All right, brilliant. Well, so that's the when they say Obalola, that's king of the future, and I'm not just even saying that to swell his head. It's actually a prince. So good to have people like that on your in your black book, so that maybe I can be a chief. I don't know. Maybe if I'm nice enough to you, you make me a chief. So that's Babati. So the final word, of course, the king of boys. He may be a prince, but the king of boys, Ajan Lekoko. The final word, king of boys.
Thank you, woman. Let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. Your contribution was quite meaningful and thoughtful as well.
You're fading somewhat, Ajan Lekoko.
Okay. I'm thanking everybody that came on the platform, that your contribution was quite meaningful, very thoughtful as well. I hope tomorrow the news will come and we all gather again to trash it out. But in the meantime, I want to give kudos to the foremost king, and #1 king in Yoruba land, the Oni of Ife, for speaking the truth to power today, for telling the authority that they have failed to protect us as people, and that Yoruba nation, Yoruba people will not wait for the government anymore, that we have to take steps to protect ourselves. According to him, he said he's going to call. He has been consulting with other kings and in conjunction with the governors to start doing something. That message, that is a very strong position for the security of Yoruba land that OONI is taking right there. And I believe that will serve signal to everybody that we cannot wait any longer. I believe he's been frustrated. Everybody been frustrated. Imagine that those people went to Olawa's palace yesterday, because Olawa's palace, so that church is like 5 meters away or 10 meters away. If those people have attacked Olawa's palace yesterday, what we would have been saying today, it would have been a serious problem. It would have been more than what we are seeing. We will have been in a very serious mourning now. But for those that were killed, we pray that God, show mercy on their soul and their family. God will give them the fortitude to bear their loss. But OONI have done well. I hope they will pursue that cause vigorously and start doing something to protect us as people, because we cannot wait any longer. The government has failed. It is clear. Nigerian authority, Nigerian state cannot secure that state anymore. Even Buhari himself, in an interview with the Arise News last year, he said that 2 governors from the West came to him for help, and he sent them back. That what were they doing with the money they are getting every month? That they are the chief security officer of their state. They should go and do whatever they can do. So what are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? So we have our traditional way of securing our homeland. We have to embark on that traditional way with every other means to secure ourselves. That is what we need to do. And I believe that the traditional king will start mobilizing the hunters and vigilantes and everything that they can do. The government has failed. There's nothing the government can do for anybody this time. We have to do it. OONI, in conjunction with each other, did a lot to form Amateku. So this time around, they have to do something to protect our people. We don't want this to happen to us. It's unfortunate it's happening in the northern Nigeria. The government failed them, and that's why people in the northern Nigeria are being killed every day. So, but I hope everything will go well, and we will not come around another time for sorrowful event again. So other than that, let me thank those of you behind the scene that are chatting. You are the strength of the platform. Please come back again tomorrow and keep doing what you like to do best. Our brother Alessandra Gomez, the chairman, board of trustee, one man went to more. I give great thanks to you. I thank Alessandra Akashi. I thank my sister, Bunksman. She came on board, but unfortunately, her system didn't work well. We don't know why. So please try again tomorrow. We want to see you. We want you to come and give your own contribution as well on the platform. And Flash Mankind, I thank you. Jaja, I thank you. Ask Google, Ortiz, Ladity, everybody over at the back scene. I thank you all. And for our listeners around the world that are listening to us, please, if you have not liked, please like right now before we end this session. It's going to end in a few minutes. Please like, share, and subscribe if you have not subscribed. And I thank you all. Those of you that hit the like button today, I thank you all. And please always remember that's the first thing to do as you are joining the session. It helps the YouTube algorithm of the platform. Please, it's time to save Nigeria, and it's when we do it together that's when we can save it. Let me give the final thanks to one man, the driver of the platform, for bringing us together all the time to do this thing. So we did it again today. We did not disappoint you. Tomorrow, by the God grace, one man will bring something big, and we come together to trash it out. Thank you, one man. The Eagle, you will come again tomorrow, and we'll be around you as well to do it again. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So for anybody who ever wondered why Ajanle Koko always has the final word, so wonder no more, you heard him, Ajanle Koko, King of Boys. So thank you, Ajanle Koko, and thank everybody. Thank you for staying with it all the way through. A very strong stream this time around. You know, we had really big numbers. We threatened that threshold of our 4 digits that we wanted to. And by the way, we're trying to hit 250 likes for this stream. So if you have no objection, if you have no reasons not to click on the like button, then you have every reason to click on the like button. So you don't have a reason not to click on it, then you have every reason to click on it, because that is what pushes the channel out there and brings people like you. That also brought you. So if you click on it, then it will bring others. I was just saying, we were threatening a 4-digit concurrent viewership, because people come and go, people stay for a while, and then, you know, but in terms of concurrent holding people to the space, we threatened 4 digits just by just a single-digit number. So we want to push past that and then push into 5 digits and push to the point that we echo. They say Buhari has a bad ear. So I want our noise to penetrate that ear. We want to cure. This is a medical service we're providing. If we're loud enough, we will cure him of that ailment that he has in his ears, so he can hear us clearly. So for us to clear, if you want to cure Buhari's hearing problems so that he can hear you, click on the like button. We want to hit 250 even before we close off, and then hit even more for people who watch on repeat. But no, thank you one and all. Please make sure you turn up tomorrow, a big day within the Nigerian space, a big day even in your lives, because what happens tomorrow will go a long way to affect your life for the next 4-8 years and maybe forever. So a moment not more important than what will happen tomorrow and the day after, and the place to minute by minute, blow by blow it is here, nowhere else. So make sure you're fully subscribed, make sure you're turned up, and make sure then that you're just, you have your tea ready, you have your wine ready, whatever your picadillo, have your popcorn to the ready. It's going to be a wild ride, and the person that will drive you through it, one man. One man went to mow, the eagle departs. Peace.